Uy, good morning to you all. Good morning to you all. It's a pleasure for me to be here on behalf of Wildlife Conservation Society, part of the One SL program in Colombia. The event. My name is Jose Luis Gomez, and I'm the regional director of the WCS. I hope that this day can be a really fruitful to all of us. Um, what gathers us today, it's an exchange workshop for everything that has to do with knowledge that we have called Exploring Opportunities and Challenges of Jurisdictional REDD Plus in Colombia. Jurisdictional REDD Plus, or JRED Plus, is a mechanism, it's an important mechanism to preserve Colombian forests and biodiversity that these forests contain. But not also that, it is also mitigating climate change to carbon sequestration and storage, and to preserve ecosystemic services that these ecosystems and these forests provide. If we design and implement this JRED project, and we allocate projects properly within this scheme, it's possible to create significant funding for this type of purposes. The event that gathers us today is the first one of a series of events and meetings that have been organized with the backup of the One SL program. The objective is to promote knowledge exchange and collaboration amongst all different agencies, stakeholders that are already working or want to become part of these issues in Colombia. This first event is going to be focused on the identification of the main opportunities and challenges to implement JRED programs in Colombia. Now, we're going to take a look at the agenda for the day. But first, I would like to talk to you about the One SL program that we are part of, WCS current one learning policy. Uh, this program means offsetting national emissions through sustainable landscapes, which is this is a program that's been funded by the Oceans Office and Environmental Affairs and International Affairs, OAS, AOS, and the State Department of the United States. And the objective of One SL is to support and provide implementation of a jurisdictional network in all different countries, with nested projects that can be implemented into the system, and with the objective of producing carbon offsets that can be believable, of high quality, and that can bring funding from every kind of sectors. The One SL program has been implemented up until September. It will be implemented this year by looking at international WSS and climate law and policy. The agenda for the day is going to have three main sessions, three main segments. In the morning, we're going to have presentations about the basic concepts associated to RED Plus and jurisdictional networks. We are also going to be talking about some history of the history of jurisdictional network, internationally speaking, and in Colombia as well. Finally, we're going to have a general vision of RED Plus finances. It's important to clarify that these presentations are not very, very thorough. What we aim is to guarantee a common understanding of everything that we do and everything that we're doing, and to facilitate a more productive debate at the end of the day. In the afternoon, we are going to have a panel with specialists and experts from knowledge about strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities and threats that are related to J Red Plus in Colombia. And we're also interested in providing continuity to this type of event. So during the day, and in the final reflection section, we want to identify new topics, new issues for upcoming workshops of this nature.
Vamos a
We are going to use the platform Slido. This platform allows us to participate, ask questions, and make comments through this platform. So we have the QR code here, so you guys can scan it and start participating in this activity. He's not using the mics. Can't translate for him. Lucas is saying that it's also in the back of your agenda, so you can scan it there as well. Some more useful information so that we can participate in this event. The Wi-Fi network is Dan Eventos, and the password is Dan, DAN, and taking into account they have visitors from overseas. We're going to make some presentations in English, and we have simultaneous interpretation available next to the interpretation booths. To my right, next to the booth. I would like to take advantage of this opportunity to welcome everyone that's joining us online, both in YouTube, YouTube and Zoom, English and Spanish. We have a lot of people connecting and logging in from those platforms. Our first presentation in the morning will be in charge of Cesar Marin, who is a specialist at REDD Plus and Carbon. He is an expert. He works with us at WCS. Cesar is going to focus himself in key concepts about natural jurisdictional networks and nesting, which are the main concepts that we're going to be working with here. Cesar Marin, he's a biologist from the National University of Colombia, and he has postgraduate studies in vegetable natural sciences in New York. He worked for 10 years as a botanist in the Colombian Amazon, and then he moved for everything that has to do with Andean ecosystems. Cesar has participated in many restoration projects in a very special ecosystem, which are the Colombian moors, and more recently he participated really actively in the development of a methodology to quantify carbon content in Andean moors in Colombia. He's been a leading auditor for everything that has to do with validation verification of greenhouse gases in Colombia and Paraguay. Cesar, the floor is all yours to present an introduction to key concepts, natural climate solutions, REDD Plus, J-REDD Plus, and nesting. Thank you, Jose Luis, and thanks to all of you for coming here and being here with us today. We know that this is a pretty specific issue, and to be honest, we are thrilled to have a full house today. and have the presence of really, really technical staff, really famous faces. Many of you are friends of mine, and we hope that we can have a productive discussion and we can start working with jurisdictional network in Colombia to see if it works, if it doesn't, if it works, why, if it doesn't, why, if it's good for us or not. It's just to roll out the discussion and start talking of what's going on in other countries because it's being implemented in different ways adapted to the local realities. So, to start with, we're going to start. If you can please play slide, please. These are very basic concepts that you might be familiar with. We want just to level the playing field here in regards to this type of concepts. Key concepts for natural climate solutions: REDD plus, jurisdictional network, and nesting. Alright, what are natural climate solutions? These are human actions to protect, restore, and improve the management of natural areas or agricultural areas to mitigate climate change. As we all know, everything has to do with deforestation, poor management of many crops have created climate problems that we're suffering today and that we've seen in Colombia very recently. For example, with these new heat waves that we've all suffered and forest fires. So, what's important is to create actions, just as we talk about actions to change climate negatively, we can fix it. And we have to do it by carrying out positive actions. So, how can these actions mitigate climate change? We need to know where carbon lies, where it's located. What we're doing is to change the location of where it was stored, and we're putting it in the atmosphere. But if we know where it is, we can make that flow go backwards. First, we have to reduce emissions, avoid to keep emitting what we're emitting, and of course, carbon capture or offsets. So, where it is located, mainly in wetlands. So, we would think that it was stored in forests, but it's not. It's located in wetlands, both tropical, flooding areas, etc., etc. I see a lot of experts in that, experts, and other type of forests and peatlands as well. So tundra, etc. So we are making it instead of a carbon storage into a methane storage. So we have these tropical forests here that we have a lot in Colombia, where we have a distribution that's almost even on what's above soil biomass and what's underground, both in roots and soil deposits. So we have all these wetlands here and carbon, and so that it's really important. And up until now, we don't have enough methodologies to be able to be clear on the quantification of this soil carbon anywhere. So we're developing methodologies, but it's not an easy issue to be able to explore and move forward and discover how much potential do we have to turn this into one of the natural climate solutions that we seek. So these are just general concepts or where carbon is located in. Now, what is REDD plus? Because many of you might not know what it is. We're talking about reduction of emissions due to deforestation and degradation. That's what it is. That's what it means. And the plus means other additional actions. For example, sustainable management and improvement of carbon deposits, improvement of plantations, etc., forest plantation that helps us to capture carbon better with one important item, which is the generation of financial incentives for the preservation and these activities that must be able to benefit communities so it can be sustainable over time. So these financial incentives will be represented in the reduction of emissions or achieved promotion, which is what we heard about carbon. I don't want to dwell into this too much right now, but it creates financial value for the carbon that's been offsetted. So that didn't happen before. Forests were something pretty, something to look at, but many people were just thinking about just logging and expanding agricultural crops, nothing else. Let's talk about carbon projects for Red Plus. We've heard it on the news many times that they're not so good news, but there's good things being done in this type of networks. Not everything is bad. There are things to improve, of course. What are carbon projects? These are interventions, Red Plus interventions, implemented in a specific geographic area that is going to create carbon credits for its sale or trade for communities and so that the project can keep going. So this can be led by private companies, NGOs, governments, or local communities, depending on how it's articulated and depending on how the community is organized around this project. Of avoiding logging, reforestation, and revegetation, and improved forest management. Actually, um, not many of you know about this, but this is something that could work. Mainly, we work obviously in this type of projects. What are the programs, jurisdictional networks, which is an issue that is relatively new? In actually, we had an event in last November, and we didn't talk about a lot of jurisdictional Red Plus programs. They were asking the guys in the panel, and they didn't have a lot of ideas of what was going on. In other countries it works, and it's being implemented and discussed. So this is the moment that we can discuss it internally and see if it works, see if it's good for us, and how we can make it work. So we can have better quality credits of more transparency and more value. So these are Red Plus programs, nationwide or local programs. They can be, I don't know, a region, for example, like the Amazon, with certain particular aspects, or departments, depending on how it goes, or some national. Key points of these jurisdictional programs, well, shows the border of each area, not of the project, but an area that is going to encompass many projects, and that is going to be good for monitoring of leakage, which is one of the key points. Leakage are the displacement of carbon emissions because of a project. They may stop doing that project in one place, but they may move to other place of the country to keep logging and deforesting. So that's a problem too. So this is a key point. Leak monitoring. We establish a baseline. We are way more certain about the features, ecological features of the place where the program is being implemented, and also it helps to create regional policies. Why? Because it's going to generate some regulations, some rules that are going to allow for the communities to have, for example, Afro communities, indigenous communities, and how they can articulate themselves and obviously play by the rules so that everyone can be benefited. So this generates not only private agreements, but something that can really work to improve everything that has to do with governance. Now let's talk about nesting, because it's not only one or other alternative. It's not programs or projects. It can be programs and projects. They can both coexist in peace. through nesting. So nesting means how can we put the puzzle together? How can we propose a project within a project, a program within a project in a region, so that all the accounting, carbon accounting, can add up. Everything about the baseline, leakage, etc. These are main issues that always are controversial. That's what everyone says, for example, in environmental news. And obviously, they prove that there are many, many, many things to improve. So, this is going to harmonize activities in the project and REDD Plus programs. It improves, obviously, accounting frameworks because we have a defined area where these projects are going to be developed within the program. It avoids poor management of leakage because everyone's going to know where they're going and where they may go and lock. So they need to be accounted for in the program as well, those possible leakages. And one special thing, it improves environmental safeguards. They're really strong now and they mandatory here in Colombia. So this is an alternative that can be analyzed to put the puzzle together. This nesting technique helps the network not because we're not working with different types of projects that one can be far away from the other. I cannot only be knowing about what's going on in my parcel. No, I need to know what's going on everywhere so that we can have joint activities so that both parties can be benefited. So that's one of the advantages of nesting. So obviously, this brings private and public stakeholders so they can work together and do joint work that can be beneficial for everyone. Alrighty, now moving on to the both nesting schemes that we have that have been implemented in many countries. One, or depending on the government control level, for example, the case of Guyana, is centralized. Carbon credits are only issued nationwide, and the projects participate through mechanisms, distribution mechanisms, for controlled benefits by the government. So in some cases it's 2080, but that depends. The government keeps a percentage of those of that profit, and the rest is distributed evenly with the other stakeholders. And we have decentralized as well, where these carbon credits are also issued at a project scale and they're traded. Where there are some programs that obviously harmonize the accounting between with what the baseline project is saying for everything that has to do with promotions and the accounting of the program area and what it generates and what is used as a baseline for total accounting. It's just they have only one accounting for one area, but also they allow private projects to be implemented so it can keep working. That will be the scenario where the country might be located, Colombia, because this is just a way of keeping and respecting some signed agreement for projects or improving that accounting so that um, it can be way more transparent and add way much more value for carbon bonus having proper traceability of where it comes from, clear accounting for everyone, and so that we can know where each part of the process is located and how is it going. So these are the two schemes that we have. We will have to analyze at some point in time which one is better for us, right? What are its advantages, or if we decide in the country to develop one unique system that can be created by Colombia, so we can account for all the issues, so that we can keep all the stakeholders happy, because no one's gonna be completely happy, but obviously something's gotta give. So these are some of the concepts that we I would like to present to you about this issue so that we can start promoting decision making processes. Obviously, this is not the only event that we're going to have. This is just the first one that we're going to have. So we can keep and have specific issues and subjects depending on the questions that you may have to move the discussion forward and get to the proper discussions and conclusions to see how we can interact with the government so we can invite them to the discussion so that they can participate in these discussions.
Bueno, esto ya hace.
All right, I already talked about this, I think. There we go. Okay, this is a small chart of the advantages and disadvantages of having Red Plus projects versus jurisdictional programs with nested projects. It's way easier or smaller scale because basically you have, for example, a reservation area that is already known and you can implement it easily with greater or lesser difficulty depending on the complexity of the governance and local issues. Whereas in in jurisdictional programs, we have greater efficiency for the processes, right? Monitoring it can be way cheaper to do it at a greater scale because it's going to be methodologies with remote sensors supported by work on the field, better representation. For projects, we have established history in different countries and regions. We know how it's implemented, so we have basically that track record on how it is applied in other countries. So we can even replicate it and replicate it well. And obviously, it's adjusted to local context, which is important to highlight. We can collect, for example, issues about this. So in this case, the advantages are the leakage are included by default because it's part of what of one area as a whole. There's a better baseline adjustment because, for example, let's say that the Amazon just one baseline, we acknowledge the particularities of one aspect. Is not the same thing to have a forest in Caquetá and the other one in Amazon. It's they're two different types of land. We don't have that same baseline for everything because that leads to a lot of mistakes. So we can have a better adjustment of that baseline, and there's obviously land keeping and land usage that can be used as well, with lesser difficulty, because for example, if it's, for example, a department like Guainia or state like Guainia or land tenure, that we can just use. But it's for all the department area or that ownership of that land. So that's an important issue. We reduced accounting mistake risks because some projects may be overlapped by mapping and some other issues. So we avoid that. That is needed to implement, and that in the program and jurisdictional programs that they don't have that problem, or we can reduce it at least. Disadvantages. Well, obviously, they have a baseline program problem because they homogenize areas that are not necessarily homogeneous, and there's a difficulty for leakage monitoring. For example, they have talked about they may have put it in the project document, but it's not easy to monitor these leakages when it's done outside the area of the project because this is not the property, so it can't be well tracked, and that poses a question: is this really a leakage? Is it happening in this great scale that they tell us is happening? So yeah, that's an issue as well. Um, we obviously it's way more difficult to manage, greater complexity. This is a program that is relatively simple compared to others. There's greater risk for the distribution of benefits because there are many more middlemen, so or intermediaries, and there's a long-term risk of a change in government policies because when government to government and term to term, they may change the way they approach these issues. So there's a risk, there's an inherent risk there. So we need to have some political safeguards so we can protect those management systems. So these were the basic concepts. I know that we're gonna keep talking about this because I know that many of you know this already, but if you didn't, now you know. So we can push this discussion forward. Thank you very much for your time.
César, muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Cesar, for this review of key concepts. What we want to have or what want to happen at these events is like to keep building this practice community. So I recommend to you, please fill out your information so that we can contact you after the event. So the idea is for us to be able to share all the presentations that will be made during this project to let you know about upcoming events, and for you to know and for you to have the WCS experts contact information for WindRoute and other resources that we're going to have during this event and all the upcoming events. Up next, Anna McMurray. She's a technical advisor and specialist in forest carbon from WCS. She will do a presentation about the development of RED Plus and jurisdictional RED Plus or JRED Plus in the global stage, including international frameworks and agreements. So we're going to have a general outlook 10,000 feet from 10,000 feet that Anna is going to share with us. She's a technical advisor for Forest Carbon WCS, and she provides scientific, technical, and managerial support for the development and implementation of projects and programs for natural climate solutions in different landscapes that have been prioritized by WCS, focusing especially in Latin America and the Caribbean. Before she got to WCS, Anna led the technical team of ecosystem services of Windrock International, and during her 6 year tenure in Windrock, she worked with national and subnational governments, private entities, multilateral organisms, and NGOs to develop and put into practice mitigation and adaptation strategies or initiatives for climate change in all different sectors: agriculture, forests, and other types of land use. Before that, Anna was a researcher at the Environmental Center for in Maryland University, where she worked in everything that has to do with ecosystem services. She also was developing environmental education activities in rural zones of Panama for the Peace Corps of America. Anna McMurray has a master's degree in sustainable development and biology for preservation um, in the Maryland College Park College. So, welcome, Anna.
Buenos días.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me? Good. Thank you for being here with us today. I am going to do a very quick overview of the international history of RED Plus projects and also jurisdictional programs of RED Plus projects as well. Click here, please. Slide. Diapositiva, por favor. I don't know if it's working.
Ahora sí, entonces. Ok, por aquí. Ok, listo, gracias. Okay.
All right. So, before we go ahead and get started, I would like to make some clarifications. Um, the stories of these projects and programs are not the same, they're different, but they're totally intertwined. So you're going to see that I'm going to be skipping from one to the other, skipping and coming back to so that we can know what point in history we find ourselves in right now. Are going to have a timeline in the lower part of each slide. There it is. So we are going to go ahead and get started back in the 80s and 90s with the early forest carbon projects. Due to the creation of awareness, a global awareness of the bond between greenhouse gases, for example, carbon dioxide, and global warming, certain companies, private companies, proposed to offset their emissions, the greenhouse gas emissions, through the funding of restoration of forest restoration projects and forest preservation projects. Just as Cesar explained, these types of projects capture carbon and also preserve the carbon reserves in the forests. And so the first contract, the first agreement that was signed was back in 1980 by the American company Applied Energy Services. They funded the planting of 52 million trees in Guatemala to offset their emissions of an electrical plant in the US. Also, in the 90s, they started to develop other projects in Latin America, including Bolivia, Paraguay, and Mexico. And it's important to mention that back then, there were not clear guidelines or rules. These for example, these forest carbon agreements and projects were voluntary agreements and contracts. Um, Companies wanted to do it just to, I don't know, just comply with their sustainability commitments.
Durante
And also, during this time, the terms of REDD Plus and REDD didn't exist yet. Okay, in 1990, the Kyoto Protocol existed with the United Nations about climate change, or what I'm going to call from now only the Marco Agreement. And as a reminder, in this protocol, the countries, the industrialized countries, and the economies in transition had to reduce their emissions or limit their emissions. But as part of this protocol, they included the clean development mechanism, and that these industrialized countries, instead of reducing their emissions, they could finance projects in developing countries to reduce global emissions. And with this mechanism, the only projects of forest carbon that were included were about forestation and deforestation. So now we came to the 2000 decade, and with this decade's discussion starts about the Marco Agreement about REDD Plus. And in 2005, the countries of Papua New Guinea and Costa Rica, with the support of eight more countries, proposed a mechanism to reduce the deforestation emissions. They proposed this mechanism of REDD with 1D only. And with this, the negotiations started. And 2 years after, it was formally adopted, the REDD Plus mechanism in the Marco Agreement. And the language was of adopting political focuses and in a positive way to reduce emissions of deforestation, also including degradation of forests, and also they included the language to consider the role of a conservation of the sustainable management of forests, and also the increase of forest carbon reserves in forests. So in 2010, 3 years after, the Cancun Agreement was signed, and in this agreement it was established the frameworks of REDD Plus programs. So countries needed to develop and to implement these REDD Plus programs. And also, something really important was In the Cancun agreements, they identified the safeguards of REDD Plus had to the environment safeguards and also the forests safeguards as well. Going back to projects of REDD Plus, I want to mention one more thing. These agreements of Marco, such as Marco agreement, they were focused more in the national programs of REDD Plus, although they brought and provided or guidelines to follow on a local basis, but also then subnational programs as well to be promoted. So, during this decade of 2000, there was an increase of this offset carbon, including programs in the REDD Plus, but also other projects such as clean energy. This was due to the fact of the clean development mechanism. Also, it was due to the growth of global awareness of climate change and the need of reducing the emissions to reduce these greenhouse gas emissions, and also as an action plan in Bali in 2007 of the Marco Agreement. In the text, it was including a call for demonstration activities of REDD Plus. And this led to the development of different projects of REDD Plus. Also, you are going to see that there are some logos of carbon standards. During this decade, it was established some carbon standards for guiding the development of these projects. These standards, such as verified carbon standard, the gold standard, and many more, provide requirements and methodologies for the different activities of REDD Plus and other projects for carbon. From the end of the 2000 decade, some initiatives were launched, multilateral and bilateral, to support the development of REDD Plus programs. I imagine that some of these logos you are familiar with. For example, the Bicarbon Fund for Forest Landscapes, the UN REDD, and many others, Forest Carbon, and what they were looking, it was like to support what is called readiness of REDD Plus, which is the preparedness which the countries had the capabilities to develop these programs and also the infrastructure to perform all of these programs. For example, more national monitoring of forests. I also want to mention that during this period of time, it was established that first standard of carbon focused in REDD Plus programs, which is called the standard and nested REDD Plus. This is the jurisdictional and nested REDD Plus. Sometime after the launching of these multilateral and bilateral initiatives, we also saw the beginning of jurisdictional REDD Plus in dozens of countries. And more subnational governments started their own pilot programs of jurisdictional Red Plus. And up to this point of this story, some countries have received payments for the uh, payments that have been received for these jurisdictional programs. These countries include Chile, Argentina, Brazil. Of most importance for this workshop, Colombia have received of early movers this program, and also through the Green Fund for Climate, this results-based basement. Costa Rica, Guyana, and Ecuador have received payments, and we are going to hear more about Guyana program in Africa. So they've also have received payments based on results as well. Okay, so in the decade of 2010, there were advances in the negotiations of the Marco Agreement. In 2013, the Warsaw Agreement was adopted for Red Plus. And since the general framework were the agreements of Cancun that were established there, this Warsaw Agreement established the requirements and the methodologies that countries needed to comply in order to receive funding for the implementation of their Red Plus programs. Also, and really relevant, in 2015, the Paris Agreement was signed. And as a reminder, this Paris Agreement is looking to keep and aiming to keep the temperature from 2 degrees from the industrial, and ideally to keep it to 1.3 degrees Celsius. So in the Paris Agreement, this is mentioned specifically that the countries need to implement Red Plus measures to limit their greenhouse gas emissions. At the end of 2010, after the adoption of the Paris Agreements, we saw a significant growth of the projects of carbon projects, including Red Plus projects. Why? Most importantly, because after this agreement, some corporations, international corporations, adopted commitments in order to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions and to help to comply with these commitments. Some looked for the support of these carbon projects to offset their emissions. So we see this trend of growth up to 2022. What happened in recent years is, due to this growth, it has been more scrutinized, this Red Plus project, to an international level. So as we have seen famous articles from Bloomberg, Guardian, criticizing these projects, that they are not reducing emissions, they are not respecting rights of the indigenous peoples and the local communities. So therefore, the different buyers of these carbon credits, they got scared, and we are seeing a small decrease of these carbon credits. However, it is important to highlight that it still exists this demand for these projects, but the demand for high quality projects that can demonstrate that it is really reducing deforestation and also respecting rights of people involved in these projects as well. Also, at the beginning of 2020, we see more advancements in the international support for programs in REDD Plus. In 2020, it was established the standard trees. I always forget what does this mean. This means the standard of environment excellence for REDD Plus for architecture in REDD Plus transactions, but this is called RR3s, and this is a standard for the jurisdictional programs of REDD Plus. Also, I have already mentioned the other standard for the REDD Plus programs, the JNR, which is the jurisdictional and nesting. This was updated in these last years, and it's really important to highlight that in these two standards, it is included guidelines about how to nest REDD Plus projects in the different programs. Also, in 2021, it was launched the LEAVE Coalition. What does this mean for the emission reduction through the acceleration of funding of forest funding? Yes, you can call it as LEAVE Coalition. And what is the LEAVE Coalition? This is a public partnership, private and public partnership. This includes different governments as well as companies such as Amazon, Airbnb, Volkswagen, and more that have the aim and purpose to mobilize funding to support the different countries and other jurisdictions of tropical forests and subtropical forests to reduce the deforestation emissions. And in this year, it was announced that they had mobilized $1 million for this goal. Particularly, they wanted to buy carbon credits with this $1,000 million of jurisdictional programs, specifically for jurisdictional programs. This is my last slide. To end my presentation, I also want to mention that in the international level, we are seeing a recent demand for the jurisdictional net and REDD Plus, and also projects that are nested inside these programs. That what we are seeing is that the buyers see that these programs have a lot of engagement and integrity with products for different reasons. I don't have much time to explain why, but to give you some examples about this, the guideline TFCI, that means the Guide of Integrity for tropical forests, advocates for a drastic increase of the credits demand for jurisdictional programs. Also, the corporative standard of net zero of the initiative for based in science of the that promote the the credits, the carbon credits for jurisdictional projects, and also we have a Corsia, which this is of the international civil aviation. This is the offset plan and carbon reduction for this specific sector of international aviation. And also in 2021, they decided to include the credits that come from the jurisdictional programs, specifically the credits that are validated by R3s. They decided not to include the REDD Plus projects, only credits of the programs. So this is the trend that we are seeing. We are going to see what goes on in the following years. This is a story that is changing, but here is where we are right now. Okay, so I'm ending my presentation. I think we don't have time for questions, but yes, we have time for questions. Anybody has a question from the audience? Good morning. My name is Daniel Vargas. I'm a PIAC lawyer from the Indigenous People Association in Colombia. I'm here with some peers from Puerto Leguizamo and the territory. In this specific case, the question is about the condition of the territorial reality in the Amazon region. So if it's true that we are going to ask and we are going to consult of the program of the Amazon and the program which is not Visión Amazonía but all the funding in the framework for the protection of forests. Great part of the Amazon have contracts with projects for implementing REDD Plus programs. So this jurisdictional REDD does not have a lot of impact. Will belong to projects. So in this particular case, I was hearing the term of nesting that I did not know it before. And maybe we can talk about complementing ourselves because maybe programs and projects correspond to a vision which is REDD, corresponds to a protection of the territory. The results of these programs, if it's true, we have a negative examples, but we also have positive impacts that goes further of the Amazon biotic, and it becomes part that have allowed projects where the government has not been able to reach. So seeing it from here, how could we improve those bonus or credits when seeing this not as an example for credits, but also bioculturally speaking, that goes way beyond from biodiversity and the territorial connectivity with beings, with spiritual beings, and the earth spirits that are the ones that manage that territory. Could it be a good way of improving these credits with the programs we are developing, or from the vision from the international markets we are going to go inside jurisdictional, and this would take us to an unbalance of the market, because I understand that we have a big demand of a bonus or credits right now. Thank you for your comments and your question. To answer you in a very in a fast way, I think that the willingness and what we are trying to see during these workshops to address these topics, what you are talking about, and many more. So I think that the international market, what they are looking is not credits for jurisdictional projects, but also projects that are nested inside this project, within this project. So the projects in the Amazon could be sold and could be promoted when we are aligning the accounting of these greenhouse emissions or carbon emissions with the efforts in a jurisdictional level, but also in subnational level or national level as well. But this requires a lot of work, I think, and my colleague Juan Fernando is going to talk more about the situation in Colombia later on during this workshop. But there has been good improvements with the guidelines and rules of nesting that can be helpful, but we still need to do more. And we need to promote communication within the government and the projects. So, for now, this is my short answer, but we can talk more about this later on. Yes, I want to complement the answer, Anna's answer, because this is a good and important question. If it's true what you are saying that we are saturated, okay, this saturation is a low quality carbon. These are credits that are cheap. They are not going to report good information for communities. We have millions, but they are not so valuable. So the information about this is to create transparency and to increase value. As any product, if you are selling a bad rice, they are not going to pay you for this. But if you have a good quality rice, really well processed and packaged and packed, there you're going to have a good quality, and you have all the traceability in the case of rice. If this is an organic rice, you have identified and you can trace it, well, you are going to sell it better and you are going to be benefited from this. So the idea is to improve quality of these credits in order for them to improve these profits for selling this. So these financial benefits will go to communities as well. This is what's most important as well. Thank you, Ana. I am Evelyn Disco Borja from the Community Council in Acandí, Chocó, from the REDD Plus program, preservation of of Darien. So I want to ask Ana, now that you are sharing this story globally speaking, what advances do we have to have this surveillance about the standards that are certifying this, as Cesar just said? Whenever you have a rice that's not good quality, you are not going to be paid better. So if we have something in the market that it's dirty, it's violating people's rights. So globally speaking, what discussions have been done and what advancements do we have about this control and surveillance? Well, well, this is a change, but this is a good and interesting question. What you are doing, what we are asking. But for one hand, some principles establish mechanisms. We can see that sometimes there have not been enough, not only for the standard, but the way the projects are developed. But we are seeing initiatives, as Anna shared with us today, that are saying, okay, you need to look in this closely. So they are high quality credits. So yes, there's a good discussion, a global discussion through different initiatives to establish guidelines in order to include standards and projects and programs. We can engage them all to make sure that these are high quality credits. So yes, there's a discussion globally, but as you see that ABC, the jurisdictional, they have an update. They had an update recently to improve these mechanisms. We are always going to need to do many things to improve. So yes, this is a good discussion that is occurring, and it's been reflected in these standards and the decisions that buyers are taking, such as only accepting jurisdictional REDD, and the way the private sector is organized through leave and organize a specific standard to design things for REDD. Yes, this is a concern, a global concern, and yes, people are working on it. Thank you, Jaime. Let's do we continue now? Yes? Only a reminder that you can ask more by the Slido, and you can answer as well some questions, but please take the most benefit of this platform. Any more questions? Okay, now we're going to do the coffee break now. Yes, okay. So, and enjoy the coffee break. There is coffee, please, 15 minutes break. We have many things to cover this morning, so please be back in 15 minutes.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ok, prueba de sonido. Si quiere, de una vez hablamos el ingeniero. Entonces yo en inglés, listo, perfecto.
force monitoring and development and implementation of monitoring, reporting, and verification. Juan Fernando is a doctor in economics from the National University of Colombia. He has a master's degree in tropical economics from the Amsterdam University and has biologist from University of the Andes.
Hola a todos, buenos días. ¿Me escuchan bien? Bueno, perfecto. Em,
I was telling him that he was killing me. Okay, first, I would like to thank you for your invitation today. And part of the things that we're going to see in this presentation, as both Cesar and Anna were mentioning, are issues that we have been at least talking about for a decade. Many of them are public record, but I just wanted to just give you guys a baseline, common understanding of what are we talking about here. So in the case of Colombia, next slide. Um, so I'm just going to give you guys a little bit of context. Um, where here we can see some important information about Colombia, our continental extension, and the administrative division of the country, which is important to see it when we're talking about this type of initiatives. But the most important thing is that this is a forest country. This is a country where close to 52% of our continental surface is covered by forests. So within this context that we're talking about, this is really important. This is a country that has more than 1,349 protected areas, and this shows that 43% of the territory is at some point a degree. And this is something that's considered as this is a biodiverse country. Actually, it's the second most biodiverse country in the world. And let's talk about population. Here, it's important to notice or highlight that Colombia has a really wide cultural diversity, where indigenous communities and Afro-Colombian communities make up or under the territories that cover almost 53% of the natural forests of Colombia. So remember the questions that we were talking about? This relationship that we need to have and this basic understanding of what is Red Plus, what is J Red Plus, and how do we integrate these different visions within the development of a fair carbon market. The next slide. There it is. Yep. This is just some info about economic activities in Colombia. The first piece of information is that GDP of Colombia is more than 327 billion US, and our gross debt is around 64.1% of that GDP. Regarding the composition of the GDP by sector, we can see that the predominant sector is the tertiary sector with 367, and it's a country with a high level of inequality. We can see this, for example, in everything that has to do with the Gini index. Let's remember that the tertiary sector is 67.3%. How much people make per capita in Colombia? So when we take a look at the financial activities and economic activities, guys, this is just we're putting together a puzzle. There's a whole bunch of information that at the end of the day has a high relevance within what we're talking about. When we, for example, say by economic activity, we see that the agricultural sector, cattle ranching, hunting, fisheries, it's a sector that is not big in Colombia. It's just 6.3% of our GDP, where only 0.2% of that GDP is associated to the forest sector. So we have a country that it's a forest country, but the forestry sector is not too big. It doesn't contribute too much to the GDP. The next slide is about gas inventory. So that's another element that we must bear in mind. Our what we saw in our latest communication is that the gross emissions of Colombia are 302 million tons of carbon dioxide, where most of it is in the AFOLU sector, which is this part of the pie. AFOLU. Within that sector, it's important to mention that this part here, 14, is associated to static fermentation, and the other ones are related to the forestry sector, where they include the forestry land converted to to greenlands and to grasslands, and the other ones that have a little bit of on the change of stocks and natural forests. So what we want to show in this pie is to show you how, in accordance to our international reports, how these emissions keep increasing and increasing, and that the emissions of the AFOLU sector, which is the ones that we have on the right hand side of the pie in pink, even though they tended to reduce over time, but it was only for a little time because then it started increasing. So why is this important? When they mention AFOLU, guys, in English, it's a forestry sector, agriculture, and change of land use. That's what they mean by AFOLU.
Sí, eso, gracias. Exacto, listo. Entonces,
All right, so this is important when we take into account our national contribution to these emissions, where we committed ourselves to reduce our carbon emissions by 51% by 2030. That's 6 years away. So that commitment takes into account the fact that the country is committed to uh, create emissions of 169 million tons of carbon dioxide by 2030, starting with the reduction of our emissions between 2027 and 2030, and then starting to go to become carbon neutral by half of the century. That's the graph that shows the behavior, the expected behavior, which is that part is reduction that we were talking about our NDC, and this part in blue is the long-term strategy of the national government. Besides, the NDC contemplates the fact that establishing carbon budgets for 2020 to 2030. Actually, it was 2022 the latest. They didn't comply, and reduce black carbon emissions by 40%. The first fact that calls our attention is that when you take a look at this graph, is the fact that if you see the latest report, sorry, this thing is not clicking. Is this what we have in gross emissions, 302 million tons. When we compare it to what was expected, one minute, please. I'm having some technical issues here. Oh, there we go. It's this one right here, right? So if you take a look at what was expected at that moment, is less to the latest report. So this path that we see, which is the model that was created for our long-term strategy, it's already wrong. The real reported emissions are over what we were expecting. So we're not doing that well.
sí, una mala pasada. Entonces, la conclusión es que
So, so let's talk about reduction of emissions and the NDC commitments that we've made. These commitments are going to be way more demanding than we expected, despite the fact that all the efforts that have been done with public investment and private investments are not enough. So what this short shows is that greenhouse gas emissions increased by 17.3% which corresponds to an annual rate of growth of 4.1%. At the end of the day, if you take into account all these elements, you will find that in order to fulfill the commitments made to NDC, the homogeneous rate should be of minus 2.22%. Now, when we're talking about this, it's important to take into account as funding as well. How much money needs to be invested so that we can comply with our NDC goals. So when they proposed this, they said that we needed to invest more or less 0.2% of our national GDP. But other studies that have done the same exercise have found, for example, Desarrollo, they said that we need at least an investment of between 2022 and 2026 of 0.75% of our GDP and of 1.5% of our between 2027 and 2030 to fulfill our commitment. So other estimates show that we should invest around 0.49%. And Mauricio Cárdenas some time ago said that having knowledge and obviously having been minister of finance, he said that these investments should be close to 8% of our GDP. So these are just scenarios, projections, but this shows that even though we have a high level of commitment, we are not doing as we expected. And the investment of resources that the government thought back then that should be allocated to fulfill this goal is should be or it's kind of wrong, really wrong actually. Next slide. So now we already have important information about Colombia. We have information about our emissions and international commitments that we have made. Taking into account the support for this from our sector, the AFOU sector, and in particular the deforestation processes, it becomes highly relevant everything that has to do with REDD Plus. So when we see the progress as REDD Plus stories, we need to go to the elements that take into account the framework of the United Nations on climate change to make progress in the compliance to be part of REDD Plus. Go one back, Anna, thank you. So when you take into account the decisions that we have in regards to REDD Plus, in theory, Colombia has completed every single requirement to implement this. It has a REDD strategy that was presented to the Framework Convention back in 2018, that for us is known as the Forest and Life Territory Strategy, where we work from the sociocultural management of the forest and public awareness, the development of a forest economy, and closing our agricultural borders, cross-sectional management of land use, obviously fulfilling all the environmental conditions, monitoring and permitting control, and the generation and strengthening our legal capabilities and institutional capabilities as well as financial capabilities for the implementation of REDD Plus. On the other hand, we have our benchmarks. They're all completed. The first one actually was presented back in 2014. It was a subnational benchmark level for the Amazon region. The term was between 2013 and 2018, and then the update that's done, we start becoming national with a national scale, where they contemplate 2018 to 2022. Then we have a forest monitoring system that is complete. We'll talk about it later. and in theory, analyzing all the information that's been reported, everything that has to do with safeguards has also been checked and done. We have 5 national reports that have been presented in regards to this issue. Once you have the whole picture, and once all of this is completed at an appropriate robustness level, the country can start to make satisfactory progress in the assessment procedures, technical assessment procedures that are needed to become eligible for the payment-based mechanisms and based on results on the Red Plus framework. These efforts in Colombia have been well supported by international cooperation, as Anna mentioned first with the early mover program by the German government, but also from cooperation that comes from Norway and the UK. Out of this cooperation, the country has received around $100 million, and it is expected that we get more 500 extra $1 million by 2030, including payments by results, and also all the funds that will come from the Green Climate Fund. So, when we talk about this system, go one back, Anna, please. Talking about the MRV system, well, Colombia establishes it through Law 1753 of 2015, the National Development Plan Law that creates the MRV system that includes Red Plus. Also, in 2017, thanks to the national tax reform, they create the necessary condition to have a carbon tax in place, and Law 1931 of 2018 creates an extra element of this MRV system, which is the emission trade system. It's also important to clarify that most of these regulations and baselines necessary to have reporting, verification, and management system are regulated in Resolution 1447 of 2018. This law creates on itself another piece of the puzzle, which is RENARE, that is regulated by Resolution 1447. And we understand RENARE as the platform that is part of the information system of climate change in Colombia, and that currently is managed by IDEM. The idea is that the system allows to monitor, manage, and assess greenhouse gas emissions in Colombia with or by way of contributing information of these projects and programs that are being developed nationwide. And the idea is that at the end of the day, all the mitigations activities of greenhouse gases can be reported in RENARE. So that's the system. That's the theory, at least. As we know, RENARE right now is not operational. I would like to talk about an important part of this system. Thank you, Anna. Thank you for helping me. Which is about our MRV system. Decree 1655 of 2017 establishes 3 parts of a monitoring system that are necessary for the creation of information at a national level on the for example, the state of the forest or the status of the forest, how they are doing, but not only stored carbon reserves, but also all the emissions that come from the transformation of forest. These 3 important pieces of the puzzle, and in the national forest inventory, we have the national information system and the monitoring system of carbon. So these 3 systems are operated by IDEM. They're part of the environmental system of Colombia. And as they show in the end, these are one of the important pieces of the puzzle within our MRV, complemented by RENARE and everything that was known of the information system of greenhouse gases. Now, taking into account this context, we're going to move right along to the RED Plus project in Colombia. As we mentioned before, Resolution 1447 says that we have to look for a nesting effect by organizing the responsibility between the national level, which is programs, and local levels to generate basic results.
Momento, yes,
Right then, this is something that can change because Renata is not operational right now. We had registered a national program, which is the Amazon program, another one for design, which is biocarbon, and 72 red projects that were planned to be nested in accordance to what's established in Resolution 1447. When we're talking about the 72 information projects, well, they're kind of different. So, in the Ministry of Environment, for example, some months ago, they were saying that we had 98 greenhouse gas mitigation initiatives, RED Plus, in Colombia, but we can't know. If Renata is not operational, we can know how many we have. The only thing that we can know is just the information that's reported in our type of registries, like bioregistry or Imover. But the platform that should do that nationwide is not operational as we speak. So, the story of these red projects is really long in Colombia. Guys can correct me with Masur in 2009. So from then on, they have developed many projects. Actually, I've had the opportunity to work in different places about this puzzle. Initially, I worked in the monitoring system of forests and carbon. I actually ordered the forest inventory. I have a national vision of this, and then I went to support the Moors and Forests program. Everything that has to do with the verification process of the red projects of the Colombian Pacific, as we knew something that we knew as BioRed, where Natalia, she was here a minute ago, and the Action Fund. It's a player within this Red Plus overview at a project level, which is really important. Now, even though, as Cesar mentioned, all the difficulties and criticism that we have received on the red projects, we need to acknowledge the importance of these projects in Colombia locally. Having worked in projects, I've seen how the implementation of these initiatives is a way of strengthen the governance of these projects, self-determination of the people, see how the communities take ownership of all of things as simple as how do you monitor the forests to create the information that's necessary for the verification of these projects, and then being subject to control quality process that show at the end of the day that the information that's generated locally has the necessary quality to fulfill or comply with all the rules of a voluntary market. Um, I'm quoting. Um, there's a study done by ASI, Azocarbon and Codensa, just analyzing 37, Ecoversa, analyzing 37 Red Plus projects that were verified between 2020 and 2021, 2010 and 2021. These projects cover 8.8 million hectares. Oh, and then and generate for the market everything that has to do with 78.7 million verified carbon dioxide that were verified and tradable. The total um, resources um, that can be received by these verified tons are get to 862,000 or 862 billion pesos, uh, and that are around 210 billion pesos per year.
gracias. Bueno, de millones anuales.
I was thinking just about the figure in dollars. I can give it to you in dollars. I can convert it. It's like $200 million, and deforestation that were reduced around 210 billion hectares. Oh no, reduced deforestation 201,000 hectares actually. Um, when we have the results of Vision Amazonia or Amazonia Vision. Um, how we have developed this jurisdictional network in Colombia. This is in an early phase. Amazon Vision or Vision Amazonia is the first program that assimilates certain jurisdictional network concepts, but at the end of the day, it's not a jurisdictional RED project. It's just a first approach. So, the program started back in 2014 and aims to reduce emissions that come from deforestation of the Colombian Amazon, contributing to the generation of multiple benefits for communities, like local communities, indigenous groups, etc., etc. As we mentioned before, we have 5 pillars in the enhancement of forest governance, planning and sustainable development, agricultural and environmental development, environmental governance with the indigenous people, and enabling conditions. That last part includes strengthening of the monitoring system uh, and the monitoring of the national system. Now, the same study of an isocarbon study in Ecoversa shows that the program on itself from 2013 and 2016 avoided the deforestation of 73,000 hectares and reduced greenhouse emissions by 41 million tons of carbon dioxide. After this period, as we all know, there was a peak in deforestation where the program did not receive any kind of payment by results. And this results were compensated internationally with the with cooperators with an acknowledgement of around $87 million. He's saying the same number, but in Colombian pesos, out of which the agricultural sector received 37%, 36%, and indigenous people 21%. Why am I saying this is important? Because why is this important? Because if we're comparing, if the previous slide, we have information about 23 projects, and what it shows. This is an analysis that was a raw analysis based on information, and what it shows is that these 23 projects had a greater impact than the jurisdictional program reduced a greater amount of tons of emissions, and it, it generated a leverage on investment that was way greater than this pioneer program of jurisdictional REDD. Next slide, please. For me, after having worked with biocarbon is, personally speaking, would be the first, the first jurisdiction or the main jurisdictional program of Colombia because it fulfills a series of conditions that were presented by Anna previously, and it includes not only benefit distribution strategy. It has it takes into account the nesting of current projects, and this program is developed in the Colombian plains. It covers 4 states of Colombia, 59 municipalities, and most of the mitigation measures are linked to the AFOLU sector, in which you can see which one they're betting on and each of the actions. Next slide, please.
Now, well, this biocarbon program has, for one hand, it has a deforestation project, and by the other hand, it's associated to mitigation strategies from greenhouse gas emissions in this sector to the productive sectors around the regions. When we talk about these programs, we need to consider that this is a program designed to go and play around this new universe, talking about the Article 6 of Paris Agreement. And this article talks about starting working within countries to fulfill these mitigation agreements established in the SDGs. This is not how the Amazon is visioned to have a results paid basement, but this is a new mechanism that is going to generate results, international results that can be traceable based on mitigations that then are going to be transferred to an entity, and they can have two paths of work. One path will be to be retransferred to Colombia to the use of the NDC, and then it's the return and retention used for third parties. This program still has not been launched. It's in the planning phase, because part of these new elements around the discussion need to be analyzed in detail. How can we follow, how can we comply with the goals of the NDC under this mechanism, and how we can go to an international market in a scheme of international collaboration to help other countries to comply with those NDCs. So we still need to discuss some topics, but if we analyze within the context about the jurisdictional REDD, this could be a good path. We have interesting challenges, but as a conceptual goal, this is what's most interesting we have as a jurisdictional REDD. So now I want to thank you. This is like an opening discussion. We will have more events, but the idea was to start presenting some things that we need to consider in our mind in order to move forward in this collective discussion. And we hope to have not only in this afternoon session, but also in further events. So I apologize for all these technical issues, and sometimes I have problems talking in public, so it has been really interesting. I apologize myself. Thank you so much. Do you have any question? I just wanted to ask Juan, as well as you have analyzed those figures, which are really interesting, the number of projects that you have worked on and that you have able to prevent deforestation. You talk about the gross figures, but you have realized, and have you done any analysis about the intermediation part? What are the figures? This study, we have it. The idea, I have to be honest with you, we talk a lot about what to present in this space today, but the idea is that there are studies that show with figures this type of topics, what we wanted to share with you, but we can share with you later on the figures that you're asking on. But the idea was to create a common baseline for dialogue, and then in the following events we are going to go deeper with discussions with financial analysis that will allow us to have new elements to discuss this with respect to a scenario that can contemplate having jurisdictional projects, jurisdictional REDD, and also local projects as well. But yes, I can share with you some figures, and this has been analyzed. Seeing the figures that you are sharing with us, which was pretended to with deforestation, there has been an increase with deforestation topics, and thinking about the dates that you have shown, there's a pre-process aspect that's interesting, and also the post-conflict. This institutional gap, the government gap that was filled with mining sector or outside the saturated image of development in front of the expansion of territories for livestock use, crops, etc. And somehow this is leveraged by government policies as well. Chiviriquete, enormous roads that would not have been done with the help or the lack of surveillance. This is part of what needs to be a government policy in front of the reduction of deforestation in Colombia. So these elements, how you have seen them, because the peace agreement also takes to a historical document to see how the territory has been impacted and how communities have been impacted, and the effect that the lack of legal safety and the lack of protection for ancestral territories in front of these dynamics or risks that are still going on. And the issue of legal protection, we have leveraged it as a strategy of climate change, because territories that are in hands of that owners of their communities have shown better results independent of them being part of a program or not. By nature, the exercise is caring for life, and in this way, the national and government policy needs to advocate for this, because there has been that studies that indigenous safeguards are more important than other parks, national parks, in the framework within the governance exercise. So in front of this, there has been like an estimate, a vision in front of what could be this protection exercise for territories. I think this is an excellent question. And yes, I could answer you. I'm not the proper person. Here we should have representatives from the government to talk about this. The route to be constructed, to be built, needs to have a commitment, not only to reduce, for example, by 50% my emissions, but also a clear route of how I'm going to do this in a short period of time. When we are talking 2030, 2030 is tomorrow. So part of what could be, I know people are working on it, but I do not dare to respond, but I do say this answer has to be done and it has to be responded by the government. Part of the elements that you are talking are critical elements of the current discussion of how you can implement this mechanism. What you were talking about before, the Amazon region, is to be discussed in the government. So here there are issues that have been sorted out. We are learning. Nobody has the quite and the good recipe. It's true that Colombia is moving forward with steps, but those steps, when you mature and you have the territorial ownership of processes, brings up new challenges as well. So I think that it's interesting. We hope, and I think this is part of what we are looking with this type of workshops, is to open discussions, not to make this a part of a politics, but yes, we need to have common information and that we can move forward with clear discussions of what is the future, at least if we have a future or not, as Cesar was saying at the beginning, to implement jurisdictional REDD here in Colombia. Yes. Thank you. Well, I wanted to ask you a little bit about RENARE. Well, it's not operational right now, but well, what do we do once it starts to be operational? If the IDEAM has said something, somebody from the government has talked about this. This is something serious. I know it's not working now, but what are you doing? Or what do you see? Is this a priority or not? Yes. Again, I'm not the person to answer you this, but yes, can tell you what I've heard. The resolution is going to be updated, and the resolution was in consult for a period of time, and it was facing some scenarios. Yes, some concerns have arisen with respect to Renare, and part of these propositions and proposals, we don't know yet what will be the definite response on behalf of the government, but this could be to open the possibility for the private sector to support and help the operation of Renare. But again, this is something that is in current discussion. We have public consults before, and we saw the proposals, and now we are waiting the submission and publishing of this new resolution. We are waiting for it. But in front of this, we need to consider that in the previous consult that it's going to be done with the Amazon region. One of the proposals is looking for Renare, because now we only have a documents records without Renare making a follow-up of what we have a local reality. So the proposal is from the indigenous people from the Amazon region, is to create impact in front of mechanisms such as Renare, because it's allowing a risk and a possibility on topics such as laundry money. We don't know this money is coming to the territory, and if credits are being sold, and this would allow to have money that it's not well. So there are many elements that it's not being, and this has been like a record exercise, and just the topic of the quality of those credits, you can have anything there. So when you're going to look the territorial exercises, they are in a big difference of what's been exposed. So this exercise aims with the consult to project about Renare a much more effective exercise for communities. This is the information element. And when you go and look for information about the projects that are moving forward, 97% of the Amazon have contracts to private projects. So this is needed to be seen from the jurisdictional REDD. If 97% is already with private contracts, what jurisdiction are we going to find here, jurisdictional REDD? How are we going to implement all of this? I would like to add a comment about this. What some analyses are showing is that if you consider at least the role in Colombia, Colombia has moved a lot in terms of matureness of all the system necessary to implement REDD. We are okay. This is the role. What it is showing is that we have important challenges as well. So when you see in alert signs, we have also drawbacks, for example, in deforestation that will not be available for the public. This is terrible with a setback, and this is a red flag in many discussions. It's not it's going to be generated frequently with the best quality possible, yes, but it's not public. So the same with Renare. Renare, as at the beginning, was well thought. Yes, it has been invested, but we are short. Indeed, we need to update this. And then we could mention this with the different things. So just right now, we are in a critical moment where we have been able to show important advancements, but we need to show a consolidation of those processes and to be open, transparent, in order for us to have a new market. Well, this is our aim, a solid, transparent, and fair market. A comment I wanted to share with the person that asked about Renare. 2 weeks ago, we were ending some scenarios of dialogue where we were talking about some recommendations in front of those challenges we have in front of us. And within these challenges, we were talking about Renare. that moment it was led by another project, but it was great. But because together with communities, we were invited, part of the government, NGOs, part of these connections we have today for this next step comes from that first moment that we had some weeks ago. And some of those specific recommendations are with Renare. And yes, the government said we need to talk how we are going to put it operational. The management, but it's going to be with IRAM for us. I'm talking from the expertise of our communities, and I will have the time to share with you what has been done and has been worked with the national monitoring systems, and the communities engagement has been great. How that role that we have is to be in the hands of service, and it has to be visibilized in RENERE as an important data for taking decisions. So these recommendations are going to be submitted, reported, and shared. This is like in the final stage of refinement, and it has the voice of communities, NGOs, and also the government part. So this was a comment I wanted to share with you. Good morning. My name is Anderson Lopez from Conversión Natura. And I have a question to the audience and also to the speakers. And it's with respect of, I have heard, I'm not so a good expert in carbon topics. I have been learning, and this generates some concerns. At least of what I have heard and from the audience, the projects are focused in ethnic, indigenous, Afro, guided to where we have where the most amount of forests are located. And this question is in terms of there are projects that are thought for small spaces. Let's talk about small owners that have some 50 acres, medium owners in territories that are not indigenous territories, in order to know if there's an experience about this, do you know, and what projects are there. Because when we talk about conservation and sustainable projects, yes, we need to move, and we need to understand by knowing and recognizing other parts in Colombia where the deforestation rates are high as well. So we need to work with communities that are not indigenous people. This is not a setting, a private, medium, small, and even big in terms of these conservation topics. Yes. Somebody wants to answer this question? Up to where I know this type of initiatives, not only there are projects developed in indigenous territories or Afro-descendant people, there are also initiatives of other stakeholders, private stakeholders. The thing is the cost, the transaction cost. Here we are talking about a market that to certify a project, it has its costs. And there are many times small and medium projects don't have that potential at the end in order to comply with this. But yes, this is part of the discussion. These are one of the things. The idea behind a jurisdictional is this: reduce costs. Because the information, not necessarily the production of the information verification, goes to that project. This needs to be worked from the jurisdictional part. And we are not seeing the resolution 1447. It had a lot of elements. It's how am I going to do that nesting? What are the rules, the guidelines? How can I foster those projects, ongoing projects with the higher levels of development? And part of this, at the end, we need to take into account the limitations and be able to facilitate access to this market. You wanted to say something? This is the good thing of working with many colleagues around the discussion. Hello, 3GI. Well, I wanted to talk about nesting we need to make an evidence about 1447 with respect to the, well, nesting. We need to be honest, and despite the fact that I worked in this project, because there's no project that has been subject to the to apply this not only in the area discussion but also in the as an executor actor. So this was like a litigious process that was mediated by legal aspects. So this has not been an application about rules and legal aspects. And also, this is part due to the fact that the programs and projects were placed to be rivals between them and to be incompatible in a sense, or you were a project or you were a program. And I think that you need to modify this part, because maybe you could think about a scheme where projects and programs could be partners and not rivals. Yes, it's obvious we need to have rules and guidelines, but I'm not excluding a project with a program, or you cannot be in a project and I will absorb you as a program and I will send you money when I have money from the donors. No, this is not an appealing scheme for the projects and also for the programs. It was complicated, and Visión Amazonía, it was not diligent in performing this information, in providing information for the projects. Yes, so we need to modify this to allow a partnership where the project can persist, but there needs to be figures in the accounting part, because it's evident, but at the same time we need conditions with respect to the jurisdictional performance exists. The program can have reductions, but if the project, the jurisdictional project, we don't have results in that first year, the project will not be limited. And yes, it showed some local things, but with clear rules as well. And I think this could be useful for the example of biocarbon as a test of a nesting, where everything is not covered by projects, because we also have a matrix of empty areas and private areas. So there are ways of reviewing all of this, but yes, also it requires to Colombia flexibilize some things, but also from the World Bank and also Artrix and also the project standards to flexibilize some things, because there's always the asking for the Colombian to make adjustments, but also as a general norm, I think Colombia internally governance to manage a change of law can be harder than for a standard to be placed. So the same standards can be adjusted, the methodologies to allow this kind of arrangements, because if you're too rigid, it will be difficult. You cannot be so rigid. Yes, this is what's interesting in here, this discussion. We have worked a lot. We have changed our shirts, but we are involved. We are all involved. As Ivan is saying, you could have participated at some part to generate that first resolution. Now we have some insights, deep insights in front of the process. And well, we are hoping and we are expecting to see what is the response on behalf of the government. But look, I am so happy to see what's going on here in the audience. I thought that my presentation was going to generate this kind of discussion, and this is just what we are needing. We need a calm dialogue, an open discussion, and at the end we need to generate recommendations amongst all, because this is of great interest for all of us who are here today for this to work out. So I don't know, on my part, I am closing, and I really hope that we can continue this discussion deeply. Thank you, Juan Fernando, for this interesting conversation. The idea is to continue talking, to make questions, and as much as we can build answers. The following presentation is of Kimberly Myers. It will be in English, so we invite you to have your radios. Those of you who need translation, you can have the radios available for you in the back part of this room. So we will allow you to go and look for the radios for the devices, translation devices.
Después de esta presentación,
After these presentations, after 12:15, we will be having lunch. You are all invited to the second floor, 1 hour lunch. And with this presentation from Kim, we will be ending our key concepts discussion.
ya está. Bueno, Kimberly ya está conectada. Ella ha sido asociada de mercados de carbono
Been
en
associated to topics of nature conservancy from 2002. She contributes with leadership to improve and have the market shares in carbon. Her previous experience, she has worked in the carbon market specialist in WWF and in the Corporation for Financial Aspects in the United States. She has a master's degree from the Nuclear School from Duke University, and her presentation is introducing and presenting to the financial mechanisms, strategies and mechanisms available to access the finance, jurisdictional finance, REDD Plus and JRED, including Article 6 of Paris Agreement and its relevance to REDD Plus implementation. Kimberly, the floor is yours.
Thank you all. I'm going to share my screen here and hope that you all can see. Good morning. I'm so happy to be here, even if remotely. As mentioned, I work at the Nature Conservancy, focusing on policy and enabling conditions for carbon markets at the global level. And a huge part of my role at TNC is helping countries and governments, whether national or subnational, understand what market opportunities exist for REDD+. So today I'll spend a bit of time running through the options for REDD funding now and into the future, and then we'll focus in a bit on Article 6 market, which is a potentially large source of finance for REDD results. So I think it's a key possibility for REDD. And then I'll open it up to the audience for some questions and discussion. So a bit of context setting first. Over the past decade or so, we've seen tropical forest countries focus in mostly on REDD readiness. And in the past few years, they're now moving towards REDD implementation results. And that phase is obviously hugely important. It's that point where programs finally receive payments for their efforts. But the challenge is that countries face a lot of different options on how to receive financing for those REDD results. And it can be a really confusing landscape. So first of all, the mechanism that finances the results is not always the same as the program that sets the standard for quality. One example of this is in the voluntary carbon market. You see results financed by corporate buyers, while standards are set by a variety of third-party standards like art trees and Vera. While in other cases, the standards and the financing come all from the same program. A couple of examples of this are the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility, FCPF, and Japan's Joint Crediting Mechanism, JCM. And on top of this, making matters a bit more complicated, countries can choose from finances or standards that can be market-based or non-market-based, which essentially just means they're based on results that can be traded on a market, or they're strictly financed as a sort of philanthropy. And non-market finance can be upfront or after results are generated. And when payments for non-market-based REDD are distributed after the results are generated, this is what's commonly referred to as results-based payments. So the financing mechanisms and standards listed on this slide represent most of the largest and most recognizable options that countries have to implement the REDD strategies. And you may be wondering how we got to this scenario of having all of these options. So let me also spend a bit of time talking about timelines. I know that we've already spoken about this a bit in a previous presentation on the development of REDD programs, so I won't spend too much time here, but I think it's worth going over this topic again to better understand the landscape of REDD finance. So following the establishment of REDD at the international negotiation level in 2005, countries that were interested in receiving or giving REDD finance branched off in a few different directions to form several multilateral initiatives. And the first of these was the Global Carbon Partnership Facility, which is primarily focused on payment for REDD results. And around the same time, the Voluntary Carbon Market Registry, VERA, created standards for market-based REDD at both project and jurisdictional levels through a couple of different methodologies. And that was primarily for companies to purchase credits. And a bit later on, Japan also created its own domestic standard out of an interest in procuring credits of its kind of own standard for quality. So that was sort of a different type of approach, which is more bilateral with the country that they're purchasing credits from. And up to that point, once we saw the JCM established, there was no international framework for REDD implementation. So in response, this is where the Warsaw Framework was finalized at COP, which primarily acts as a minimum standard for countries looking to receive non-market-based, results-based payments. And the Green Climate Fund uses that to allocate results finance for countries implementing the requirements of the Warsaw Framework. Lastly, and more recently, we've seen ART's REDD Environmental Excellence Standard, or TREES, emerge to compete with VERAs on the voluntary carbon market. And seeing that FCPF will be closing in 2025, the World Bank has also announced the Scaling Climate Action by Lowering Emissions, or SCALE program, which is a results-based mechanism very similar to FCPF that will include financing at jurisdictional scale for nature-based emission reductions programs. So as you can see, REDD has just radiated out in many different directions over the years, lots of sources of finance, lots of standards, and mostly that's been because of the variety of stakeholders, whether we're talking about governments interested in engaging in the space or companies, and which underlying framework is being used, if the program is interested in using the Paris Agreement as a reference or operating from the voluntary carbon market.
So all of these different stakeholders kind of looking for something a bit different from REDD. And another key challenge here is trying to understand how similar or dissimilar those mechanisms and standards are. And in many ways, I think the fundamental aspects are very similar, but some of the more technical details can be different and vary quite a bit. So I've listed on the left side of the slide here some key areas where you might find differing requirements among REDD standards, and these differences can make it tricky for a country to seek finance from more than one funding source, but clearly not impossible. There are many examples of countries that are engaging with multiple mechanisms at the same time. But the three examples I've listed in the table here highlight some of those differences between standards. For example, the geographic scale permitted by the standard, some are operating in the voluntary market, certifying REDD activities at the project level, while others focus on generating results at the national, subnational level, like ARC-trees, FCPF, and GCF. Examples 2 and 3 here also show some of the technical requirements that can vary standard to standard. So for the time frame of reference periods, that can span between 4 and 20 years, depending on the standard, and reduction or deductions for permanence risk can also vary quite a bit, from 0 to 60% in some cases, again, depending on the standard. And within the standard, they also tend to have a range based on risk. So for the most part, the variety of requirements allow some flexibility for host countries to use the standard most feasible for them. However, it can also be difficult for governments to navigate those technical aspects of the standards and kind of try to transition from one to the next and engage in multiple mechanisms at once. But Colombia is a great example, I think, of a country that's been able to tap into multiple sources of REDD finance successfully. And as we've seen from past presentations today, a lot of different financing options have been deployed, and we're already starting to see preparations for future deployments. But I'd like to take us through some of the key developments in REDD finance in Colombia to date. I'll start with the market-based finance sources that Colombia is currently or was in the past involved in. One of the earliest engagements in carbon markets in Colombia was with the USAID's Bio-REDD Plus program in 2011. And that 4-year engagement resulted in 8 carbon projects within the Pacific region registered through Vera's VCS standard with additional co-benefit certification. And in this instance, Colombia received grants from the US for project development and general readiness, and then were able to sell the resulting credits on the voluntary carbon market. A few years later, the Colombia government instituted the domestic carbon tax, which currently allows for 100% offsetting, though I know there's been some discussion of reducing that to 50%, but I believe it still remains at 100 for now. All of those offsets need to be domestically produced, and the majority of available supply is REDD credits. So in this case, credits are purchased by companies that fall under the tax regulation, so majority of the finance is coming domestically. And more recently, we've seen the LEAF Coalition come into Colombia starting in 2021. This program is channeling $1.5 billion in private and public sector finance towards the development of jurisdictional REDD credits. And in 2023, the Choco Department of Colombia was approved for participation and has since been working to generate over 1 million credits under the ART-TREE standard, which is the required standard to participate in LEAF. For corporate buyers that are engaging in LEAF, credits generated can be market-based or non-market-based. But for countries that are contributing funds, they can only finance results through results-based payments, so in a non-market context. And then, of course, there's the voluntary carbon market, which is financed by companies looking to claim credits towards a voluntary climate target. A lot of those credits generated under voluntary carbon standards are used for other purposes, such as in the carbon tax market, but roughly to date, around 84 million REDD credits have been generated in Colombia through voluntary standards from 2010 onward. The voluntary market is also open to any accounting standard. In Colombia, the most common ones, or the ones with the most volume, are Veris VCS, Ser Carbono, and Biocarbon. But the range of options for standards in the voluntary market means that REDD can operate at project and jurisdictional levels. So we see a lot of variety among scale and standards here. So while the VCM is probably the most accessible market for REDD credits because of its flexibility, a caveat is also that it faces a high degree of volatility, with prices and demand rising and falling over the past couple of years, as we've seen with some negative media coverage. In terms of non-market-based approaches, they've also played a sizable role in financing REDD in Colombia. One of the first programs in the country in 2015 was through the REDD Early Movers Fund, which was established by the German government. And the Early Movers program focused on generating REDD Plus results in the Amazon region from 2013 to 2017, paying $5 a ton. So this program has already dispersed its results-based payments, but I believe there's talk of a second phase continuation to continue payments. And likewise, the UN's Green Climate Fund, which is a multilateral fund, pays the same price, $5 a ton, for REDD results in Colombia, and has since exhausted its first pilot, so it's closed at the moment. But a second pilot for REDD results is also in development. The Green Climate Fund Secretariat is discussing whether REDD payments will be included in that second pilot. So I think we'll find out more about the availability of that finance sometime this year. Lastly, there's the Biocarbon Fund, which is another multilateral fund managed by the World Bank. It's a results-based system that's operated in Eastern Colombia since 2018 and ends in 2030. Payments for these results haven't been dispersed yet, but the program has already received $26 million in grants to build capacity and support development of projects. It's also a bit of a hybrid approach to finance. It started mostly as a non-market mechanism for the private sector to reduce emissions in their supply chains, but has since moved a bit more over towards the market side. It recently became an eligible standard for the aviation offsetting scheme, CORSIA. Another important note, for many of these programs, especially the non-market-based ones like the Biocarbon Fund, a lot of finance comes upfront in the form of technical assistance and capacity building, in addition to the results-based payments that happened at the end. For market-based finance, it can be a little bit on the latter end in terms of when finance gets received. Costs often get subtracted from the carbon revenue, which can cut into the price per ton that a jurisdiction receives. So these market-based and non-market-based examples are just a sample of REDD Plus related finance that's flowed to Colombia over the years. Domestic finance and development aid have also played a significant role in advancing Colombia's REDD strategy. And just collecting that information that I spoke about in the last few slides, I found many other different programs that Colombia has been engaged in. So this is a bit of a more comprehensive view of current and past programs that have expanded REDD, though probably still not comprehensive, and includes some sources of readiness finance that we've seen from Colombia over the years. So Colombia has been hugely successful in accessing REDD finance to date, but what future opportunities are there to continue that momentum? So I'll pivot a bit now and we can look at the global state of REDD finance today, specifically which finance mechanisms are fully committed, might still be open, or might be open in the near future. And among those, which would maybe make sense for Colombia to engage in going forward. Among the largest finance options available for REDD today, I see them as LEAF, Corsia, the voluntary market, and the Japan's joint crediting mechanism. 3 of those mechanisms fund market-based results that can be generated by voluntary carbon market standards. However, the list of eligible standards varies fund to fund. For example, LEAF sources its jurisdictional REDD credits exclusively from art trees with vintages of 2022 or later, while Corsia has accepted many different REDD standards with jurisdictional methodologies like art trees, FCPF, Vera's jurisdictional REDD methodology. They just have to be vintages of 2016 or later. The global voluntary carbon market, as I mentioned before, is much more flexible because the VCM is made up of buyers and sellers who determine their own bar for quality. Essentially, any REDD standard or vintage could sell, but in that market, there's also some well-established market norms that drive buyers in a certain direction. For example, demand is really limited for projects that don't have third-party verification. I think buyers also tend to prefer vintages that are more recent. So in older vintages, you see the price drop down in most cases. For the 4th option, Japan's joint crediting mechanism, the required standards are a bit less clear because with each bilateral agreement that Japan signs to trade credits from a tropical forest country to Japan, it jointly agrees to which methodologies it will use. So it's very country dependent what types of requirements you might see under that market. But in the next few years, there'll be probably more mechanisms entering the market for REDD finance. There's the much discussed Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, which has the potential to massively scale the global market for carbon credits. And that scale potential comes from government's ambition to achieve their Paris targets, where they can fill any gap or underperformance in terms of emission reductions with purchasing carbon credits abroad that they can then transfer to count towards their own national target. In a few slides, I'll also talk a bit more about Article 6 and what it could mean for REDD Plus finance. And so we'll get into more of the technical aspects there. But in the meantime, I mentioned scale and the Green Climate Fund, which are expected to start up or restart very soon. Scale, again, is that World Bank's new program for primarily non-market results, but also might have a small portion of it for market-based, and will be probably very similar to the Forest Carbon Partnership Facilities Carbon Fund. One thing we don't know yet about scale is how much funding is expected to come out of that program and what the participation requirements would be. Whereas with Green Climate Fund, it's a bit more clear. We know that they operate on making sure that the country meets the Warsaw Framework, but they are still considering whether REDD+ payments for results will be included in this second pilot, and that will be determined in a few months, I think, from now when the Secretariat re-meets. And finally, the Biocarbon Fund and the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility at the moment have their funds fully committed, but there is speculation that FCPF will either continue on through a phase 2 after it closes in 2025, or retire and continue through the scale program. So that will probably become clear once the program closes in the next couple of years. Looking at the available finance options from another perspective, we can tell that flexibility for the mechanism comes often with volatility. So, for example, given the heated criticism of voluntary REDD+ projects in the past year, REDD+ prices have fluctuated widely in the voluntary market. So we do still see many sellers able to access high prices for some credits, but prices did dip quite a bit for projects that were using disputed methodologies, especially if they were using for those with older vintages. And likewise, CORSIA accepts a variety of different standards, but doesn't give a price guarantee to sellers. However, credits from CORSIA do generally carry a price premium because of general perception market norms. The carbon market integrity groups like ICVCM and VCMI, which are really starting to set the standard for high quality in the voluntary market and in other markets, reference the CORSIA requirements in defining high quality credits. So this has generally driven prices up above the average voluntary market prices. Meanwhile, the LEAF Coalition guarantees a price floor of $10 a ton, with room to negotiate upward, and only accepts trees credits. So it is a bit more rigid, but also potentially better in terms of price guarantee. Just for reference, the first credits to be sold under trees were from Guyana, and the prices ranged from $15 to $25 a ton. So they were able to negotiate those prices upward. For the joint crediting mechanism, prices really haven't been reported, so we don't have much data there yet. But overall, the market for REDD credits has swung up in certain segments and downward in others. And I think a lot of that is just linked to which areas of the market are getting the most scrutiny. And as I mentioned, REDD+ finance programs have shifted more toward funding results than readiness. And this has been the case for FCPF and the Biocarbon Fund, but the need for technical assistance and capacity building still exists for countries, especially those who are transitioning from one REDD program to another. And at the moment, it seems like existing options to receive that type of funding is limited. And recognizing that gap, the LEAF Coalition recently announced its advanced payments program, to provide the host countries with a portion of their credit revenue upfront. So specifically, that policy states that up to 10% of projected carbon revenue can be allocated to the country program before validation to facilitate the development of emission reductions. Another option is UN REDD. They tend to focus on generating funding for REDD across all phases, including readiness, and really caters their programs to individual countries. Bilateral or multilateral agreements with donor countries, which Colombia has done in the past, is also a common approach for countries to find readiness funding, but obviously it requires a bit more legwork in terms of establishing that relationship and the terms of that agreement. A bit more work than using a pre-existing fund. And finally, I just wanted to note, it's a bit different from these other examples, but a recent partnership for REDD technical assistance called JTAP emerged last year at the COP. This one's made up of a group of nonprofits, including Conservation International, Wildlife Conservation Society, Windrock Environmental Defense Fund, and also likely the Nature Conservancy. And while it's not focused on dispersing finance for REDD readiness, the partnership is able to provide technical assistance to support countries in things like audits, issuances, transactions, and general implementation and readiness needs, and even in some cases, helping with fundraising for other readiness activities that they're not able to support with. So setting all of this in the context of Colombia, most of these opportunities are available for Colombia to access if they're open. The country has been involved with the Biocarbon Fund, the Green Climate Fund, FCPF Readiness Fund, and the voluntary market for some time. So continued financing opportunities could be possible through many of these different mechanisms. But these four potentially are the most immediate and scalable in terms of finance. So I know that Colombia is working to generate art trees credits regionally across the Amazon currently, which could translate to eligibility with LEAF, as well as general opportunities in the voluntary carbon market for the region. And though still in development, the Article 6 market also presents a huge potential for finance, which Colombia has already stated some interest in. In 2022, it signed a Article 6 partnership agreement with Singapore to supply credits to the country to meet their NDC. And lastly, the details of scale and the second pilot of the Green Climate Fund are scarce, but still represent, I think, potentially a large source of finance that Colombia could tap into in the next few years. And on top of this, developments are happening within Colombia that could provide a significant amount of REDD finance. The government has been speaking about a potential cap and trade market, which it's indicated would allow for some offsetting. Okay, so I promised you all that I would go deeper into Article 6, so I'll do that now and specifically try to give some context into how REDD Plus can fit into that mechanism. So the Paris Agreement paved the way for a new era of carbon trading with the establishment of Article 6, which enables countries to collaborate in achieving their nationally determined contributions, or NDCs, by trading mitigation outcomes. And countries have indicated a lot of interest in using Article 6 to help achieve their national targets. about 80% have stated some intention of engaging in Article 6. And roughly the section of the Paris Agreement is composed of three mechanisms, mechanism 6.2, 6.4, and 6.8, which are a bit different in their approaches. 6.2 and 6.4 are the market-based mechanisms. In 6.2, you have countries creating bilateral agreements where they can determine the type of requirements they want to impose on generating credits and how they report and track those credits in a registry. In 6.4, things are much more centralized. The UN will provide a centralized mechanism similar to the Clean Development Mechanism, which will develop pre-approved methodologies that countries can use to generate and trade credits, as well as provide its own separate registry to track all of those transactions. 6.8 is a bit separate from the other two. It's a non-market mechanism that focuses on helping countries find opportunities to receive payments for meeting their nationally determined contributions. So countries providing finance to this are really looking to help finance the national climate targets of the countries that are producing the emission reductions. And they won't actually claim those reductions. It's more of a philanthropic approach. So this framework for international carbon trading through Article 6 was agreed to in late 2021. 1 year later, in Sharm el-Sheikh, at the next COP, we saw the establishment of reporting rules, registries, governing bodies, lots of other technical details around Article 6, but still some uncertainties around the operationalization of Article 6 remain. Plus, there are even more remaining decisions to be made at the domestic level in order to implement Article 6. Countries really need to figure out how they'll regulate the production of those credits and which ones they'll allow to be traded internationally. The lack of comprehensive guidance then from negotiations and the need for that domestic policy are some of the key reasons why almost all countries haven't yet conducted any trades at present. Another key part of the Article 6 framework is how the accounting will work when credits are traded between countries, specifically how to avoid double counting. Article 6 handles this through this accounting concept of corresponding adjustments. So when a credit is sold from one country to another, the host country has to subtract that unit from its own achievement of its national climate target so that the buyer country can add it to their target. And clearly through this arrangement, host countries will need to give up some of their domestically produced emissions reductions in exchange for finance, making it a bit more challenging for them to meet their climate targets. So this is kind of a strategic question that countries generating credits to trade have to think about, sort of a trade-off, because the more a country exports emission reductions, the less mitigations that they can claim domestically. So a lot of countries are still thinking about this and developing policies on this before deciding to approve trades under Article 6. Another important question for Article 6 to answer is when this type of accounting measure, a corresponding adjustment, is required. So in the text for both 6.2 and 6.4, buyer governments seeking to meet their national targets have to purchase a correspondingly adjusted credits if they want to claim it towards their national target. Other markets, including the voluntary market, can use credits in the same way. They can also use correspondingly adjusted credits if they choose to. But at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, countries also devised a new scenario where a corresponding adjustment isn't required in an Article 6 trade. So for any buyer country seeking to contribute to another's climate target, they can make what's called a mitigation contribution claim, purchasing 6-point credits without actually claiming them. So basically allowing the host country to keep those credits towards their national target, but also receiving finance to generate them. Countries can take, it's a very similar approach to the 6.8 non-market mechanism, which explicitly doesn't require corresponding adjustments strictly because it focuses on financing host country emission reductions. There's no actual transfer of credits happening there. Buyers in the voluntary carbon market, again, could also use those unadjusted 6.4 credits to make a mitigation contribution claim if they choose to. So all this to say, I think the distinction between voluntary corporate buyers and governments is important to understand in Article 6, because voluntary corporate buyers can choose to buy 6.2 or 6.4 credits with corresponding adjustments, or they can purchase 6.4 credits without a corresponding adjustment, in the same way that countries are able to do that. The main difference really is that they're just not regulated under Article 6. So Article 6 is dictating how countries can make claims about the credits that they transfer domestically or internationally, whereas they can't regulate that for voluntary companies. Though this may be something that gets regulated domestically in the future for voluntary carbon market buyers. So before a corresponding adjustment is applied, I mentioned that countries need to authorize the sale of these credits internationally. And a big question for them is which credits should they authorize for a corresponding adjustment? And that will ultimately be a huge determinant of how much supply is available on the Article 6 market. So I've added the example of Ghana here, breaking out some of the components of their national climate target to understand the approach that they're taking. So Ghana's full scope of emissions fall within its unconditional target or the mitigation activities that they'll perform without international finance, its conditional target, which is reliant on international finance, or non-target activities, or emissions that fall outside the target altogether. And for Ghana, their first priority will be achieving the emission reductions promised in their unconditional target and making the country not want to sell any Article 6 credits until it's sure that it has enough emission reductions to cover that volume. So that's what will dictate how many credits Ghana is willing to trade. The next consideration for Ghana is then which credits should it trade? And this is where countries start to get a bit more strategic. Naturally, they want to keep the lowest hanging fruit or the most easily achievable and cost-effective reductions for their unconditional targets while selling off the more expensive ones. And for this reason, price is a key consideration in determining which credits are going to be authorized. In Ghana's case, I think they're focusing more on selling credits outside of their unconditional target, such as waste to energy and solar, so it's less dependent on price, but we have seen other countries kind of approach it in this way. So based on this example alone, you can see that the strategy for authorization will be very specific to countries in the context of how confident they are that they'll meet their NDC and what their requirements are in terms of cost for mitigation. Now onto where we were leading up to at COP28 and what happened in Dubai last year. Negotiations were expected to clarify some of the specifics around reporting, authorization, and 6.4 methodologies. Unfortunately, none of those topics were actually agreed to. Negotiators spent most of their time at COP debating the minimum requirements for quality, with some advocating for a higher bar, while others preferred to set something a bit more practical. So in the end, there was no formal text adopted, which set the 6.4 mechanism back another year. And while 6.2 trades are still kind of continuing on, but with somewhat incomplete guidance. And in response to that setback, we've seen countries kind of start to turn inward and focus on their domestic priorities. With the high-level framework for 6.2 mostly in place, countries can still trade amongst each other, though there is this inherent risk that some of the rules might change slightly next year, and they might have to go back and amend some of the transactions that they conducted. To date, we're already seeing a lot of activity in terms of countries connecting and making agreements to trade. There's at least 9 buyer countries that have signed partnership agreements with over 40 different host countries or seller countries. Despite all of these partnerships going on, only one project has actually been authorized and traded under Article 6.2. That was a bus electrification project from Thailand sold to Switzerland, a very small volume, but it was more of a pilot case to see how the process of authorization and trade could be conducted under 6.2. So really, though all of these agreements have been signed, most countries, host countries in particular, first need to build capacity and design carbon market regulations before they'll be ready to start trading. Such as they need to figure out what is the process for authorization, how will they track the transaction of credits, and which credits are they willing to trade. So with that regulatory uncertainty from Article 6, most countries are just opting to wait for more comprehensive guidance from the negotiation level, as well as like figuring out their internal processes and capacity before they start trading. So while most countries haven't made great strides in implementing Article 6 yet, a handful have. So we have some case studies here to work with. To date, at least 8 host countries have officially published rules around how they'll regulate the Article 6 market domestically. And these legislations can detail who issues authorizations within the national government, which activities can be authorized, and what quality do they need to be, how credits are going to be tracked, and how will trades be reported to the UN. How, in some cases, the regulations also look at how credits will be taxed and how benefit sharing will be conducted, what percentages will go to communities versus governments versus private investors, as well as implications for the voluntary carbon market. So these regulations are becoming a bit of a holistic carbon markets framework at the national level, not just for Article 6, but also looking at the voluntary market. So far, from what we've seen, most of the rule books are missing key details, but and this is just, again, because of ongoing Article 6 negotiations or countries needing to just take more time to build the governance structure and conduct more research to understand what best policy decisions there are for them. But for policies that are publicly available, we're already seeing some really interesting trends. For example, countries are taking different approaches to making sure that corresponding adjustments don't compromise their ability to fulfill their national climate target. I mentioned with the case of Ghana, they won't sell credits from outside their unconditional NDC. In the case of Indonesia, they're setting aside a buffer volume from each project. So a small percentage of every Article 6 trade will count towards the Indonesian NDC, while others are really focusing in on the price or the cost of the credit and selling off the higher cost credits so that they can implement their NDCs for a lower cost. And that's been the case, I think, in Zambia so far. There's also a range of approaches around how corresponding adjustments can be handled for voluntary credits. A few countries have explicitly stated that corresponding adjustments will be required on the voluntary carbon market. I think Bahamas is one example of that. While others give buyers the option to buy an adjusted credit or not, and even probably the majority don't have an official policy about voluntary carbon market credits yet. So this is my last slide. I'll wrap up so we can go through some questions, but putting this back into the framing of REDD, given that Article 6 negotiations aren't finished yet, we still have some stakeholders asking questions about whether REDD will be eligible to receive finance through the Article 6 mechanism. And to put it very simply, Article 6 hasn't been ruled out of REDD yet, or it will not be ruled out. They'll certainly be eligible for 6.2 and 6.8, but approved methodologies for 6.4 are still to be determined. So that's where the inclusion of REDD is still pretty uncertain. In the Article 6.2 text, the Paris Agreement specifically mentions that reductions and removals are eligible to be traded under 6.2, which provides a legal basis for nature-based solutions to be eligible. And so it really will be up to countries to decide what activities to include in their bilateral agreements, i.e. whether they'll be willing to trade REDD credits or nature-based credits generally. And we know that at least one country so far, Japan, has already started developing REDD projects for under Article 6 in a couple of different countries in Southeast Asia. But this is also the case for all types of credits. Not all programs will meet Article 6 requirements without additional steps. All Article 6 activities, both market and non-market, will first need to comply with the Warsaw Framework, which establishes rules within the Paris Agreement for countries to be financially compensated for reducing deforestation and forest degradation. 6.2 credits will also likely be subjected to additional requirements of third-party standards. However, those are agreed to between the buyers and host countries. And like I said, the 6.2 mechanism guidance is still underway. It's unclear which methodologies will be approved by the Article 6.4 supervisory body, but there right now are no limitations on the sectors or activities, for which methodologies can be submitted, which leaves the door open for nature-based solutions. And many experts expect the 6.4 mechanism to closely resemble its predecessor, the Clean Development Mechanism, whose only approved nature-based standards were for afforestation and reforestation. So that may indicate that the inclusion of REDD under 6.4 is unlikely, though some negotiations have also mentioned considering jurisdictional REDD in 6.4. So there's still a lot to be worked out there. Okay, thank you so much for having me on today. Apologies if that was a lot of content, lots to talk about and go through. I've linked some of the key resources used to produce this presentation here on this slide in case anyone is interested in looking more closely, I think we'll have those sent around after the workshop. I just want to highlight that we have a REDD standards tool, which can be really helpful to compare the different eligibility requirements across REDD standards, as well as our Article 6 explainer, which is a really useful resource in going over the fundamentals of Article 6. That one is also in Spanish, so hopefully will be more accessible. So highly recommend those two if you need a quick reference for those topics. And with that, I'm happy to take questions with the time that we have left.
Preguntas. Possibly some of them will be specific for Colombia, so Cesar, Juan. So we are attentive for your questions in case you have questions. Any question? Please, please present yourself, introduce yourself, say your name. Thank you. I am Everildes Córdoba Borja. I belong to, I come from the department of Chocó in Acandí municipality. Here we have REDD Mass conservation of Darien. And my question goes towards the presentation you were doing about that recently it was approved resources for jurisdiction for Chocó department, and I am a little bit confused because I don't have it clear with respect to this topic or how the agreements are being done in our department, being a community that it's participating in REDD. So I would like more information about it. Thank you.
Sure, I'm happy to share what I
Sí,
what
me
I do
gustaría
Understand that belief, specifically in the context of Choco, I think I don't have all the details on where they are in their process, but essentially Art Trees is allowing subnational jurisdictions to participate in the standard through 2030. So this is allowing any subnational jurisdiction of a certain size to generate REDD credits for the remainder of the decade. And I know a lot of those subnational jurisdictions also have projects within them. And this is something that Art Trees is still thinking a bit about. They don't have super clear guidance yet, but at the moment, they're kind of solving this problem of generating jurisdictional credits by excluding any areas that are generating credits at the project level. So you'll essentially have credits generated within Choco minus any credits created at the jurisdictional level for REDD. I'm not sure if anyone else in the room wants to add more context to that.
Thank you, Kim. Juan y Lucas posiblemente, y vi otra mano por allí levantada.
De hecho,
This an initiative that it's working together with Chocó, Ecoversa, and the idea was if you have and you want further information about this initiative, that it's an ongoing initiative, it's still not submitted yet in the market. However, you have the information available and we can help you to contact them. Good afternoon. My name is Arben Palacio. I am part of the REDD Mass project. In the case of R3, I understand that EcoChocó is understanding the process, but they need 2.5 million of acres to move forward this jurisdictional project. Today, up to date, because most of the organizations we have read a project, so they haven't been able to move forward with this project. Up to date. Well, my great concern, only for this discussion here, and I'm glad to create these settings that we are having today, the transparency that we need. There's a lot of things to be worked, and well, we have competences and role that need to be played by a corporate, collective work, but we need to understand that Chocó department has a tendency between indigenous and Afro descendants. We are an ethnic department, and we need that Eco Chocó does not have the Ecochoco has the government authority, not the environmental authority, and we need to clarify this for a jurisdictional process. Yes, it's true. Coechoco, in order to do the previous consult with the community councils, they don't have that ownership of land. And yes, these discussions were done previously. Can I comment? First of all, 1447 resolution establishes the requirements to develop a REDD project, and it establishes as how the ownership is defined for a program. This is different for other projects. More than this, we need to consider that trees standard. Our trees has some requirements, and we need to comply with them. Not only the amount of land available, but also it needs agreements. And finally, who is going to have the leadership? If you haven't spoken with the president of the project, it's not feasible. It's not complying with requirements. And here we have the other aspect, the feasibility. How much of reductions can be made, and if they can be offsetted, receive an offset, and maybe the project is not feasible. Up to now, of what I understand, a requirement has been done to have like a support in terms of financial aspects, but as long as they don't comply with the requirements, this will not be done. This is like a pre-feasibility study, maybe, to be done. Yes, okay. I am Luis Guerra. I work with the adaptation group for climate change of the Ministry of Environment. The recommendations to do the consult to the mitigation group. This is what you need to do. Thank you so much, Luis. And Hamilton, any other question before ending this morning session? Yes, thank you so much. It called my attention, Biocarbon Fund as non-market when they say that their credits are from market standards. And I wanted to ask if you believe that this can qualify, if these standards can be considered as 6.2, or they are voluntary, the carbon fund and the biocarbon fund, because this determines a lot on how they will be handled here and managed in Colombia, biocarbon fund particularly.
Yes. So I've seen
This with a few different financing mechanisms that they're trying to play both market and non-market roles in carbon markets. So that's also the case with FCPF. I think primarily that finance is funneling towards helping the tropical forest governments create emission reductions that they can claim for their national targets. But in the case of biocarbon fund, they've also pivoted kind of outward in allowing private buyers that are interested, specifically private buyers that are interested in making claims to purchase credits on the market. Whether or not that will transfer over to governments is still somewhat unclear, but I think it really
comes down to what gets negotiated bilaterally between countries. So 6.2 pretty much anything
goes at this point. I think with biocarbon fund being, perceived as this high quality standard, it's approved by Corsia. It's certainly possible that countries will be interested in purchasing them if they have a corresponding adjustment.
Sí. Recuerda por favor identificarte para que...
I am Lisette Roballo, and I am part of the team of inventory team of greenhouse gas emissions from EDM. So, one question about you were talking about the possibility of having access to credits and funding, to having a leverage of those initiatives in order to create capabilities amongst other aspects. If a country would have access to these resources and will not have any result, how can you handle this? How or what will happen with this?
I might
Need to clarify the question. So asking if results are generated and there's no potential
funding source.
Is that your question?
You were saying that there were some financing sources that would allow to provide resources for leveraging capabilities, but not necessarily as a payment based on results. Whenever these projects or programs have access, yes, this slide here, when these projects or programs have access to these resources, if they don't have any results, or maybe due to a conflict or something, how can you handle this after when you don't show results?
I think the answer to that question really depends on which program you're participating in. But for the most part, I think readiness finance is grant-based. It's not linked to results at all. So there's no necessary recourse if the jurisdiction doesn't generate results. They just stay at the readiness phase. With FCPF, there are many countries that only participated in the readiness fund, but didn't move on towards the carbon fund where results-based payments were generated. So, yeah, they're mostly not linked. But if they are linked, like in the case of LEAF, they're giving advance payments to help with implementation of ARTS trees. In pursuit of generating credits. It's not really clear yet what the next steps would be if the jurisdiction received that upfront payment and then didn't end up achieving those results. I think probably Emergent, the Secretariat for LEAF, has signed some contracts with countries that are looking to participate in that and have stipulations on that, but that's not really known yet for specific jurisdictions.
Okay, the question is, do you know if the Japan cooperation has moved forward a program or project about REDD cooperation?
I'm sorry, did you say REDD cooperation with Japan?
Yes. JPCM.
Yes.
JPCM has had a program or project under the methodology of REDD+.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you for
for repeating the question.
So yes, they have 2 projects in development. One is in Laos and the other is Indonesia. I think at this point, one or both of them have developed methodologies bilaterally. So there's a supervisory group that includes representative from both countries on how they're going to develop the methodology to generate those credits. And I think now they're at the stage of starting to implement and consult on those methodologies. So it's still somewhat early days in terms of seeing what sort of results come out of the Japanese joint crediting mechanism.
Gracias, Kim, por su respuesta, su presentación. With this, we are ending this morning's session, so you are all invited to the restaurant in the hotel to enjoy lunch. Thank you.
by Roslyn Fusa Adjei, Climate Change Director and focal point of Red Plus Ghana. She is part of the Humphrey Program of the Department of State in the United States. She's a specialist in policy and forest and climate action. She has 17 years of work experience in the public sector in Ghana. Her experience contains a lot of local experience, development plans, and distribution and benefits, and establishment of governance structures for forest management. Over the last 5 years, she's been Red Plus coordinator in Ghana and climate change director in the Forest Commission. She was also the main expert for safeguards, social and environmental safeguards during the preparation process for Red Plus projects in Ghana. Roslyn is part of the board of directors of UN REDD and architecture for Red Plus projects, and she's a well-known voice globally for everything that has to do with Red Plus projects. She is part of the cross-government dialogue about the trade of basic forest products and agricultural products as well, and international resources. Roslyn has a master's degree in carbon management from the University of Edinburgh in Scotland, and she has also a degree of natural resources by the Science and Technology University Kwame Nkrumah from Kumamoto, Ghana. Currently, she's doing her PhD in the University of Ghana about migration and climate change. She is going to talk to us about the history and governance of the Jurisdictional REDD Plus program in the Republic of Ghana. And she is already online with us from Ghana. You can
Thank you very much. Please, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. So many thanks to the WCS for having me. A lot has been said about me already, so I'm going to go straight into the presentation because the time is also fast spent. The main purpose of my presentation today is to walk you through Ghana's experience on REDD Plus. We use a jurisdictional approach, what we have done so far, where we intend to get to, and also some of the opportunities and the challenges. So I'm sure that after the presentation itself, there will be room for questions. Also, please note I have a number of slides. The idea is not to present them all. I'm going to share these final slides after the presentation is done, so you can use them also to refer on any particular topic. So once again, thank you for having Ghana, and good evening from Accra. So I'll just stop my video briefly so I have very good internet access, and then I'll share my screen. Can you please see my screen? Can you please see my screen? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so this is what the presentation will cover, as I mentioned. I'll take you through readiness, then through to the results-based payment phase, as Ghana has been throughout the different phases, some of the complementary initiatives we have, and how we are advancing or making progress. So the general overview of the REDD Plus architecture, I believe that Colombia has also been in the REDD Plus conversation for a while now. For Ghana, REDD Plus is important to us because we are an economy that is highly dependent on agriculture. And agriculture in Ghana is very climate sensitive because we rely heavily on rain-fed agriculture. and also the provision of other ecosystem services such as the use of natural pollinators and soil nutrients recycling, and others. So for us, REDD Plus provides an opportunity to mitigate climate change, make our agriculture and forestry sectors more resilient, and also help us to establish other sources of revenue for the country. So all in all, REDD Plus is a win-win situation for us. It is a game changer for us, and we believe that it is an entry point into other conversation spaces that can help us address issues of deforestation and forest degradation. We started this whole conversation on REDD Plus in 2008.
Bear with us.
Internet.
We're having some internet issues in Accra. We're going to wait a couple minutes to see if she can get back online, see if we can keep this event going.
And currently, where we have already
started receiving carbon payments.
Estamos recibiendo
In
pagos de
between, we've
carbono
had the
y
Forest Investment Program come to support. We have had other private sector support also coming in. Yes, and we are launching other initiatives to complement our jurisdictional REDD+ programs. So for the key elements of the Warsaw framework and throughout our REDD+ engagements, the readiness phase has seen many outputs. So we have our REDD+ strategy, our communication strategy defined. We have the forest reference level, both at the subnational and national level. We have safeguards information system. We have safeguards, principles, criteria, and indicators defined for monitoring. We have our institutional arrangements. We have implementation frameworks for MRV, forest monitoring, and then also we have the benefit sharing plan for carbon payments. We have a grievance redress mechanism as well. And we also have come up with mainstreaming strategies so that the country doesn't treat REDD+ as a program or just a project, but as part of our development agenda. So for safeguards, we are respecting the Cancun safeguards. We are also respecting the Art Trees safeguards because Ghana has recently signed on to Art. We have been respecting the World Bank safeguards for the longest time. When we started our program, the World Bank had 10 operational policies, so that's what Ghana uses, even though we occasionally use the updated one, the environmental and social framework as well. We also respect safeguards of the African Development Bank because they supported the Forest Investment Program for Ghana. We also have a GCF project, so we also respect GCF safeguards. With our GCF project, we are working with UNDP, so we also have to respond to UNDP safeguards. And then, of course, we have national safeguards regulations, which are very important, and we respect that as well. The policy and legislative framework for Ghana that supports our REDD+ engagements includes our Forest and Wildlife Policy of 2012, our National Climate Change Policy of 2013, our National Environment Policy of 2013, our National Gender and Children Policy of 2015, our Wildfire Policy, and a lot of other policies, but these are the key ones. So on safeguards, we have an architecture that runs from the national level through to subnational to the local level. And this is not just for safeguards, it's for all the different frameworks for implementing REDD+. And so we have the reporting that we do to the World Bank, the reporting that we do to the National Safeguards Regulations authorities. And then we also have the aggregation of the data from the local level through to the regional or subnational, and then eventually having it verified and validated, we send it to the national level. For MRV, it is also the same. We have identified, that's measurement, reporting, verification. We have identified the different institutions that are data sources, who would be our data backup and storage, who would be coordinating the data and drafting and aggregating, and then that eventually leads to reporting to the UNFCCC at the national level. The same is also for our National Forest Monitoring System, which is not fully functional for the entire forest cover area as a digital database, but it's fully functional on the MRV side. So we have the standard operating procedures for estimating deforestation, forest degradation from different activities, either illegal logging, illegal mining, or wildfires. And we also have the forest monitoring system set up in about 3 of our localities, and we hope to receive the necessary technical and financial support to upscale it to cover our subnational program and then eventually nationally. And we have also launched our 20-year REDD+ strategy. We did this in 2016. It is a strategy that has 5 key programs. So the programs have been designed according to the ecological landscape of Ghana. we have about 5 key ecological zones. We have the high forest, we have the savanna, and then we have the mangrove. Then we have a landscape that has a mixture of savanna and high forest, which is the transition zone as we call it. Then we also have unique biodiversity zones in Ghana, and one of them is within the REDD+ strategy. So within 20 years, we hope to implement all these 5 key programs. Currently, 2 are under implementation, and we are going to look at one in detail today. So the one that we are looking at in detail is the Ghana Cocoa Forest REDD+ program. Ghana is known globally as being the 2nd largest producer of cocoa beans on the global market, coming right after Côte d'Ivoire, all from West Africa. And so cocoa is important to us as an economy. But that same cocoa is also a very important commodity in the landscapes where deforestation and forest degradation happens. And so we designed our REDD+ strategy, as I mentioned, for the cocoa program, to look at improving land use and socioeconomic development in the high forest zone, where we have the cocoa growing areas, and deploy different interventions that would help us increase cocoa yields through intensification by climate smart practices, whilst we also prevent expansion of cocoa into forest lands. This is the program that we have signed on with the Carbon Fund of the World Bank for $50 million in payments over 6 years. So this is from 2019 to 2024. But for reporting purposes, the ERPA will end in 2025. This program was negotiated at $5 per ton, and we believe we can generate 10 million tons of emission reductions in the 6 years. And currently we are on track to do that. As I mentioned at the beginning, out of the program, we have already generated our very first emission reductions for just 6 months. This was June to July 2019, about 972,000 tons. This was 3 times what we anticipated we were going to generate. And we have received $4.8 million in payments from the World Bank, which we are sharing through an equitable benefit sharing mechanism, which has been designed to distribute the carbon payments and nuanced non-carbon benefits as well. So the type of carbon benefits under this program are mainly the ER payments that will be received, so the emission reduction payments. And we are going to use these payments for goods and services, and also for purchasing farming inputs and other equipment that farmers and local communities will need, and also setting up community level infrastructure. And then the non-carbon benefits in our benefit sharing plan are directly related to increase in productivity for farming activities that the farmers will get directly, and then also for private sector, the sustainability of the cocoa supply chain. Ghana has a lot of cocoa private sector entities in the country. Now, unlike Colombia, I got to learn last week at the World Cocoa Foundation's partnership meeting that a lot of the cocoa that is grown in Colombia is used locally, about 90%, and then just about 10% is exported. The reverse is Ghana. Ghana is exporting a lot of the beans. And so once we have a lot of beans produced, the sustainability for the private sector, foreign and local, is high. And then also the farmers are able to attract a very good price. So as I move into the next step of my presentation, where we look at the program into detail, you will come across a lot of terminology. So this slide is taking you through some of the terminologies you come across. They form the basic functions of the governance structures that we have, and also the bodies that have been set up to make the jurisdictional REDD+ program feasible. So at the very community level, we have the Community Resource Management Committee, which is the basic unit of our governance structure, very crucial. It aggregates communities at a very small level, and they are able to select their leadership. Now, out of this, we put together a number of the communities, and we form what is called a Community Resource Management Area, a CREMA. So the Community Resource Management Area is geographically defined, which helps the communities to protect their natural resources together as one entity. They also have their executives, they develop their constitution, they have their bylaws, and that is what they use to work. Now, out of the CREMAs, you can have an aggregation of the CREMAs also to form what we call a sub-hotspot intervention area, which is also part of the governance structure. In many areas, we have many CREMAs, and so the CREMAs come together to form a sub-hotspot intervention area, or if we don't have the CREMA, then the communities still cluster themselves together to form a sub-hotspot intervention area. Then from there, you move to the hotspot intervention area. So if you enter our program area, which is about 5 million hectares with a population of about 12 million, we have 6 of these hotspot intervention areas. Those are the active areas where REDD+ activities are taking place. And we engage that particular area through these structures that I have just spoken about. Now, within the area, we need to form a management board. So the executives or the leaders, and these are all local communities. Let me mention here, they are all local communities. Ghana doesn't have indigenous people, we have local communities. So these structures represent only local communities. The local communities select from the community to the sub-regional, then to the sub-national, which would then have the hotspot management board. That is the decision-making body for the local community. They engage with government, they engage with private sector on behalf of the bigger community, on behalf of the bigger landscape. Now, they are not working in isolation. They work with government, as you will be aware, private sector and cocoa board, and NGOs through what we call the Hotspot Implementation Committee, the HIC. So together with the local communities, we come together and we form this implementation committee, where we seriously consider the issues affecting the landscape, and also we come up with the strategies to address the issues. We come up with the mechanisms to disperse payments equitably, and where we also define the selection process for community projects. So that ends the sub-national structures. Then at the national level, you have the REDD+ dedicated account steering committee. This is a national level committee because the emission reduction payments are received at the national level. So there's a 7-member committee that also sits at the national level to oversee that implementation on the ground is carried out well, to vet applications, to provide strategic advice, and also support the overall implementation of the benefit sharing plan. And we have our traditional authorities, which are the customary authorities, also playing a role in the steering committee. We have private sector playing a role in the steering committee, and all of these different entities are put together in a fund flow mechanism you get to see in my other slides. The question is, why is landscape governance important? For Ghana, we have realized that we have a mosaic landscape where we have different landowners. Government doesn't own a lot of the land. Private entities such as the local communities, they own a lot of the land. Also, families own land, but government manages the resources on the land. That is where the interest is. So we need to come together. And our management also results in the private sector, in a business engagement. So having governance is important. So we don't work in silos and we are able to harness our collective efforts. It also empowers communities to pursue their interests in natural resources. So defining rights, access, supporting communities with land use planning. It also promotes multi-stakeholder participation. Because if REDD+ is not built on entry, it becomes difficult because you have multiple actors within a forest landscape. Governance being defined also helps to empower forest protection activities. In Ghana, we are working with different volunteer groups who will help us to protect forests better because they know that there are incentives in there for them. Governance helps to deepen understanding and appreciation of the impact of deforestation, forest degradation, and climate change. And defining the governance also helps government because government is the one engaging most often with the World Bank, but it helps us to do better. Now, the structure you see or the figure you see in front of you is the figure that tells how the funds, when they are received in country, are used. So the World Bank, as I mentioned, is the entity that we have signed on with for our jurisdictional program. The Carbon Fund will disburse funds to the REDD Plus dedicated account. And the benefit sharing arrangements that we have in Ghana indicate that 69% of every carbon payment received for the program goes directly to local communities. 4% is used as fixed costs to manage the program. So the program management unit, where my office is, for monitoring purposes, for estimation of carbon emissions or removals, undertaking the verification, engagements with the third party, and a lot of the other coordination functions. And then we have 27% coming to government. Again, that is the bigger wing of the office where I'm coming from. So this represents the Forestry Commission, the Ghana Cocoa Board, and also the decentralized government entities, because they have to put in place the regulatory controls. They have to ensure there's enforcement against illegal activities that deforest and cause forest degradation. So this is the diagram you see in front of you. The 4% fixed cost for financial operational costs, for other coordination costs, and then you have the 69% that goes into the local communities directly. The local communities are broken down into three. We have farmer groups, we have traditional authorities, and then we have the community as a bigger entity, because not everybody in the landscape is a farmer. However, everybody in the landscape in one way or the other might be contributing to addressing deforestation. Take, for example, fire brigades or volunteer groups. They might not necessarily be farmers, but their activities will prevent fire from spreading. And then our traditional authorities also acting as the stools, and the owners of the land also receive a percentage. But out of all these payments, the program is designed in such a way that we keep a 3% buffer. So if there is any year where we have underperformance and we are not going to receive ER payments as should be, that 3% buffer will help to keep the program still running. So this is how it looks like in terms of the monetary value. So 50 million received, the 4% fixed cost is 2 million. That's overall running of the program for 6 years. Then the communities are receiving 34.5 million US dollars, and government receives 13.5, and it is further broken down as you see in the diagram. Now the question is, how is this received? So as I mentioned, we have the board of trustees or the steering committee for the REDD Plus dedicated accounts. The whole design was that they could be 7 to 9. Currently, there are 7 members. If there's a need to add on, we have room to add on 2 more entities. There are 2 co-chairs for that particular steering committee or board of trustees. And then they sit to vet the different applications that communities make to receive their funds. So the communities do not just receive the funds because we have the benefit sharing plan, but every community is vetted for its performance. Ghana has developed both social and environmental indicators for assessing community performance because we want to reward efforts. So if the HIAs, as I mentioned them, the hotspot intervention areas, one outperforms the other, we need to adequately give them the ER payments as they are due. So we go through a lot of calculations and consultations, and out of that, the funds are disbursed into the accounts. The HIAs hold their own accounts. These are community-opened bank accounts. Communities are their own signatories, and there is no government or third-party interference. So the different beneficiaries that we have, I've already spoken about them, mainly the farmers, the government agencies, and the private sector, but the private sector receives non-carbon benefits in the nature of the cocoa beans and other benefits that they would have in the landscape. So I mentioned that the communities are receiving two main forms of benefits. We have farmer inputs, so what will directly support their farming activities. This is for farmers who register to apply climate-smart cocoa practices or climate-smart practices in their farming businesses. So they are entitled to purchase organic fertilizers, to purchase Wellington boots, cutlasses, pruners, to purchase tricycles, to purchase tree seedlings, to plant on their agricultural lands, because we are promoting agroforestry. It helps farmers to have a lot more productivity and also maintain the sustainability of the land. And then the second form of benefits is community benefits. So as I mentioned, there could be people in the landscape who are not necessarily farmers, but are also contributing to addressing deforestation and forest degradation. So the community benefits are deployed in the form of building classrooms or providing hospital amenities, providing access to potable drinking water, or any community need that is found useful, apart from the construction of roads. At the moment, the construction of roads are not included in the benefits because the sum that we signed for 50 million, when we considered, wouldn't be enough to construct roads. So the farmers, we now move to how the different items are selected. The farmers come together themselves. I've already taken you through the aggregation of the community from community to national level. They select their own items that they want to purchase. These items are already in the benefit sharing plan. They are agreed upon. So there's a pool of items that you can select from. Then they engage with the consortium partners who are government, private sector, and civil society. Then they do a prioritization of the list that they have selected with their leadership, because they have to vote. The money cannot purchase everything. So once they do the voting, then they submit this to the national body, which is the REDD+ Dedicated Account Steering Committee. The steering committee does its vetting. If it approves, then we move forward to procurement. If it doesn't approve, it goes back to the communities and the government and private sector body to reconsider. And if it goes back and it comes back amended, there is then approval for procurement. So this is the 7-step process that our own communities have built capacity to deploy their carbon payments to use for their own benefits. And then for the community projects, it is the same procedure as well, just as we spoke about. But this is a bit more intense because we don't want communities to set up projects that will not be supported by the government's development plan. As I mentioned, we have come up with mainstreaming strategies. So if a community wants to build a hospital and we check and it's not part of the government's plan for that period, we would not advise, because the hospital can be built, but the government will not deploy any health personnel. And the REDD+ program is not authorized to deploy health personnel. So as much as possible, the REDD+ program is feeding into what the government has already agreed with the communities. And in many instances, the plans that they have are plans that the communities already agreed to, just that they don't have the funding to deploy the activities or to deploy the projects. So currently in Ghana, for the first payment that I mentioned that we have received, we have been able to purchase all the farmer inputs and distributed all the funds to the communities for the farmer inputs. We are currently about deploying the funds also for the community projects. The different processes have gone on, and there has been a selection, and now there's approval of what projects can take place. So if you enter a typical jurisdiction, as I was talking about the hotspot implementation area, this is how the landscape is clustered from the Community Resource Management Committee through to the CRIMA Executive Committee, then to either a CRIMA or a sub-hotspot implementation area, and then the larger hotspot implementation area with the management board, and they work hand in hand with the private sector, civil society, that's the consortium, and also the government agencies, that's the Forestry Commission, where I'm coming from. And it is important for me to mention here that maybe there's a question that you have in mind about carbon rights. For Ghana, we haven't fully defined carbon rights, but we have provisions for resource management that detail how carbon rights should be allocated. And we realize that a lot of the carbon rights can only be generated through local communities. That's why they receive 69% of the ER payments. And so the different stakeholders in there agreed that the government of Ghana, led by the Forestry Commission, should be the one to transfer title to carbon rights on behalf of all the communities, all the government entities and civil society organizations. So we have an agreement we sign called the Framework Agreement. You sign with the Sub-HIA Management Board. Sorry, you sign with the HIA Management Board, and that becomes legally binding and empowers the Forestry Commission to be able to transfer the title on behalf of all stakeholders. So if you look at this schematic, again, it is just nuancing what happens that I've already spoken about. When funds are received, they go to the different levels, and then they eventually get to the ground to local communities who use the funds for what it is they want to do. So these are pictures depicting the signing of the framework agreement, as I mentioned, so that the government of Ghana can transfer the title. The government does not own the title, but one entity must transfer the title on behalf of all stakeholders. And the government of Ghana, through the Forestry Commission, was found to be the eligible partner to do that for all the communities. These are also pictures of some of the farmer benefits that were distributed. Most of the farmers opted for cutlasses, for pruners, for Wellington boots, and also for seedlings, tree seedlings to plant on their farms. And this has been done for the first payment. Now, we got to such a point, not just by desktop study or just by the government defining the process, but communities were involved. So the whole design of the benefit sharing plan was very extensive. It included field studies, focus group conversations, key informant interviews, and we had to test it. So we had the first draft at the time of signing the ERPA, and then it was a condition of effectiveness to have a finalized benefit sharing plan before we could receive any payments. So there have been different meetings and consultations. As I mentioned, we started this whole REDD+ journey since 2008. Benefit sharing conversations were started actively in 2015. And so that is even about 9 years. And currently we are able to deploy our benefit sharing plan. Now, working together has helped us a lot because we are able to create multiple awareness and build capacity. We are able to develop the capacity of our partners, particularly communities and civil society, by defining materials that we can use for continuous education. Engagement of communities on the performance indicators has also been very wonderful, because if we don't work together, communities will not understand that this is not a free-for-all program. You need to be able to prove that you have performed on the social and the environmental side. And engagement of communities is also very important, or has been very important, in even estimating the ER payments. So working together has been very good for Ghana's Jurisdictional REDD+ program. Now, even though we have built all these different structures and we are working together, we have inclusive governance, we also anticipate that there will be some grievances. There will also be feedback on how to continuously refine the whole program. So there's a very robust feedback and grievance redress mechanism also in place, right from the community level to the national level. There are hotlines that you can call anonymously if you don't want to be recognized, or if you think that your rights are being infringed upon, you can make a call and report the same. So the lessons on our process, we have had a very clear landscape vision. It has helped us to define that vision. We have been able to promote participatory and inclusive engagements. We've been able to walk the talk. Implementing a jurisdictional program is very tedious because it covers a very large area, but it has a lot of benefits. It prevents any elite capture by siloed project developers who come in, might not necessarily even do the right engagement and then begin to sell carbon credits without engaging local communities. we have been able to put in place a mechanism where we're able to look back and adapt our ways to new learnings and innovation, learning from other countries as well. And we have also learned that documentation of the entire process is very, very important, because proving performance is not that simple. And so you have to document all your processes, and you have to continuously build capacity. I mentioned our jurisdictional program. It's not working in isolation. It has been supported by other complementary initiatives. I won't go into them too much, but we have other programs. This program is within the Savannah landscape of Ghana, supported by the Green Climate Fund with a grant of $30 million and a co-financing of 24.4 million coming from government and private sector. It is also helping us address issues of leakage because we don't want people moving down south into up north to then start reversing the whole trend of deforestation and forest degradation. Recently, and at COP28, Ghana also announced our entrance into the LEAF Coalition Initiative, which we also believe is going to help us expand our forest program portfolio for better enhancement of REDD+ initiatives in the country. There's also an FAO project that we implement, the Forest and Farm Facility project, which also helps us to engage a lot with farmers to build their capacity for policy making conversations, and also to understand what sort of structures we can put in place if farmers eventually maybe want to aggregate themselves as an entity to source for any carbon project. How can they build capacity to do this? For our way forward, we believe that all the 16 years of engagement on REDD+, of defining our jurisdictional landscape program, have been beneficial, but it is not enough. Because for one, for example, I mentioned the price of carbon at $5. Recently for the LEAF Coalition, we signed at $10. Even though it is 10, we still say that it is not enough compared to the amount of work that we have had to do in these 16 years to generate a ton of carbon. So Ghana has developed a Resilient Ghana package as part of our engagement in the Forest and Climate Leaders Partnership. We announced this at COP28, which is basically a package that seeks to upscale all the successes that we have achieved through our REDD+ programs and other forest sector initiatives. I mentioned the different policies we have. They all contribute to our REDD+ achievements. And we also still want to engage to secure better carbon prices for emission reductions and removals. It's one of the things that we are actively championing. 5 will not do, 10 will not do what we'll do for Ghana, because we are fighting against illegal mining and illegal logging, which pay more to local communities than the $5 that REDD+ will pay over 6 or 10 years. And we are also maximizing our collaboration with our stakeholders, particularly private sector, because more and more of the private sector partners have become aware, because they have sustainability strategies, they have net zero strategies, and so they also want to contribute to reducing their footprint in their supply chain. And we want to see how best we can engage with them, and how best we can set up projects that they can use either to offset or inset. And currently, 2 oil companies are speaking with Ghana as part of their net zero strategies for their unabated emissions to help them with REDD+ interventions. We are also developing our nesting principles as part of a bigger forest carbon policy. For all that we have been doing, we have relied on our forest policy, our REDD+ strategy, and others. But going forward, we want to have a full forest carbon policy that will detail carbon rights, that will detail the generation, the transaction, who can transact, who cannot, what sort of projects, if we want to accept projects, will be accepted, how do we nest into the programs that we have already signed on, how do we prevent double counting, and specifically document that process as well. And also, more importantly, have all the community engagement and arrangements that we have on governance and benefit sharing enshrined within a legislative instrument is very, very important for us, because this is working today. We don't want the system to just change overnight and we say all that we have done is now no longer recognized. Even though we don't foresee that happening, we must put in place the necessary safeguards. So thank you very much. That brings me to the end of my presentation. And if there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer. Thank you.
An open space for questions and answers. Everildis. Hello, my name is Everildis Cordova from Acandí, Chocó. I would like to hear. I don't quite know if you talked about this in your presentation. Well, I would like to hear it again. Well, you talked about the meetings and the committees for the distribution as the decision making for deciding how resources are invested in the different projects in accordance to the commitment on behalf of the communities. But how frequent do you meet? Is it yearly? Every time you have sales? How do you perform these meetings with the communities for this decision making?
Thank you very much. So we don't have a number for the meetings that we should have. As many meetings as are possible and are feasible and are needed, we have them. So before we received the ER payments, we had a lot of capacity building engagements. Once every month, there's a meeting at the landscape level, at least one meeting at the landscape level. After the payments have been received also, we have had many rounds of meetings because communities need to sit down, go through their own process to select what they need, how they want to apply it, who is a beneficiary, who is not a beneficiary. So we have uncountable meetings throughout the year. The only meetings that are structured are the meetings at the national level for the REDD Plus dedicated accounts. And even with that, they are still meetings in demand. So if we haven't arrived at a resolution on how the funds should be deployed for which activities, the REDD Plus dedicated account steering committee will continue to have meetings. But if we have a resolution, as much as possible, their meetings will be limited to just 4 meetings in a year because we deploy the funds at once. So the payments that I told you are in for the farmer inputs, we didn't stagger them. We paid the full tranche at once. So once that is done, the next cycle is just reporting and monitoring and evaluation. Then the next cycle for the community projects is also going to be deployed at once. So a lot of meetings happen at the landscape level. They are driven by the local communities themselves. I forgot to mention that as part of the carbon payments, the communities are allocated 2% for operational activities. So they are able to regulate their own meetings. The 2% is for them to have meetings, it's for them to travel to see each other, it's for them to pay for accommodation if they have overnight stay. So they have the liberty and the room to do many meetings as they want. If they want the government to be part of these meetings, they tell us. If they don't want us to be part of those meetings as well, they tell us. So we do not put any cap on the number of meetings. As many meetings that are needed that communities feel they need to make things happen, they go on. It is only the national level, as I mentioned, that sometimes is not always easy to get the different 7-member committee committee to meet. So their meetings might not be so many as the landscape one. But the moment there is a need for them to meet, we make it happen.
Any other question? Any further question for our Ghana representative? Thank you, Rosalind. Please, can you talk a little bit more about the ideas you have to coordinate projects with jurisdictional initiative that you were mentioning at the end of the pending things that are yet to be done?
Yes. So for the World Bank program, we all agreed that there weren't going to be any projects in there until we have delivered the 10 million tons of emissions reductions or removals. So that was very easy. So we don't have any current projects in the World Bank program area. But going forward, so that didn't really let Ghana get into the conversation on nesting that much. And we also don't have a lot of afforestation, reforestation projects in Ghana. Until recently, because the whole carbon conversation has become so interesting, we have so many applications coming in for afforestation, reforestation projects. And so our decision to move to the voluntary carbon market through Add Trees is one because of some of these applications, because private sector, as I mentioned, is becoming interested in this carbon conversation. And the land is also owned by different actors. So we can't keep saying that we will only do the jurisdictional program. So we opted for trees that's a jurisdictional program, but it's also voluntary to allow for nesting of other projects in there. The plan we have is that the tree standard has about 4 or 5 nesting pathways. As much as possible, we would want projects to use the tree standard. And then based on our assessment of the performance for what we have done with the World Bank program, we can easily apply that to understand the projects, because the projects will have a baseline. So we can easily calculate their performance when the crediting period is done within their reporting times. Now, if we have a project that doesn't want to use trees, they are also at liberty to use different standards. A lot of the applications we have want to use Vera, which is very, very acceptable. What we just need to understand is that we are going to expunge that from any results we are able to calculate from trees using the tree standard. Now, at the moment, none of the standards has, let me say, any room to do any comparison. So it's just a simple subtraction. That is what we have at the moment, that we just do a simple subtraction based on the reference level or the baseline of that project and take it out of the program so that we don't do any double counting. But of course, that particular project must apply the right safeguards. If you don't apply the right safeguards, if you don't respect local communities, if you don't engage local communities, these are red flags. So your project is going to come under some sort of scrutiny, if I can put it that way, and would have to sit and review. Because if that project is not respecting safeguards, which are very, very important to us, and also as part of the tree standard application, even if you are not using trees, it means that you are infringing on the integrity of the carbon that you are producing, because Ghana wants to produce high integrity carbon credits that have passed the test of time for safeguards. So these are some of the ideas we have for now. Again, because of the Article 6 discussions also at the COP level, we understand that we would have to get into conversations on corresponding adjustments. So depending on what the use of the credits are, we need to apply corresponding adjustments. So that is also one of the things that will feature in our nesting policy. What would we allow for corresponding adjustment? Will we have certain ratios or quotas Can a project just apply corresponding adjustment to all the emission removals that it is able to generate, or we are going to retain a percentage? Because most of these areas constitute areas that are also marked for our NDC achievements. So the Carbon Fund program with the World Bank, 95% of that is towards our country NDC achievement, the GCF program as well. So we can't just have different projects that will take away from our NDCs and not really pay the right price. The other aspects then, of course, will be the price. If we are nesting, it means that we should be able also to account for the price and negotiate the right prices for these projects, depending on the arrangements that will be in place. So these are some of the things that we have in mind going forward, the projects nested within the program area and how we can manage them.
Thank you so much, Rosalind. We want to invite you to keep yourself connected. We are going to have a panel with you, so you can make her questions as well. So now we want to invite Catalina Gutierrez. She's the director Colombia from WCS. She will introduce the 6 speakers and panelists that will be this afternoon with experts talking and discussing about what we just talked. Thank you so much and good afternoon for all. In the meantime, while we organize the stage, I am going to be introducing our expert panel speakers with different voices, different representatives from the different sectors. I have the pleasure to introduce Everildis Córdoba Borja. She has been really active this morning. Thank you so much, Everildis. Please come to the stage. I also want to invite Javier Sabogal, Jaime Severino, Roberto Gómez, and Mateo Estrada. Is he here now? No, Mateo is not here yet.
Ni no lo recuerde. Bueno.
As I was saying before, we have this expert panel where we want to hear the different standpoints about knowledge exchange. Now I'm going to introduce the speakers so we can start. Everildis Córdoba, she's the legal representative of the Community Council of Black Communities of Rio Tono and the Tocoma Sur in the coast in Acandí, Chocó. 2010, she led the program for conservation of Darien, which coordinates and it's a process of the third verification for international standards. She has dedicated her life to preserve territory, to the organization of governance of her community through different strategies, amongst the community monitoring, technification of knowledge, and the training of new generations. She lives in Peñalosa, right in the riverside of the river of Peñalosa. Well, I envy you for living in such a beautiful place. Okay, Javier Sabogal, He's a forestry and land use program manager from the Embassy of the United Kingdom. He has more than 15 years of experience working in the public sector, advisory, and NGOs, most importantly in the environment sector. He's he was a former an officer of the Acueducto Alcantarillado de Bogotá, a specialist in green economy, where he coordinated the REDD Plus strategy, and he's been advisors such as CAF, UNDP. He's an industrial engineer from Universidad de los Andes, and he has a master's degree in environment and also climate change of ISAN in the United Kingdom. Jaime Severino. He has worked in the conservation and sustainable ecosystems locally, national, international, most importantly, designing, implementation, and designing instruments of public policies. Wide experience in the formulation, implementation of national and subnational strategies to reduce emissions coming from degradation and reforestation in Mexico, Honduras, Panama, Guyana, and Pakistan. He's also have experience of policy instruments engaged to climate change locally and subnationally. Jaime is a program director. He's a climate law and policy director of Occidente and TESO as well. We also have Roberto León Gómez, is director of the Amazon MIA program USAID, and also preservation in forests, and also he's involved with the implementation of peace agreements from 2016. 30 years of experience in environment management, working from the public and private sector, emphasizing conservation and sustainable in the climate change. He's a pioneer working for more than 12 years in forest carbon in Colombia from the land use from REDD+, and he's a civil engineer from Universidad Nacional with an environment program in the Andes and the University of Maryland, College Park, and he was born in Medellin, Colombia. And finally, we have the pleasure of having Mateo Estrada Cordova. He's part of an indigenous group as an advisor and climate change advisor from the indigenous group of Opiare. Okay, thank you so much for being here and accepting this invitation. So here I have a couple of questions for each one of you that are going to be like a guide, but the aim of this discussion is to have an open discussion. If something comes about someone who wants to comment or give an opinion about other experts, the intent is to be as productive as possible and open as possible. So I would like to start to talk. We would like to talk about the projects of REDD Jurisdictional. Roberto, I would like to ask you, what do you think are the most important opportunities and challenges to establish a jurisdictional REDD Plus program? We have only one microphone. Thank you and good afternoon. Well, the first thing I would like to say is, as all the tools for policy tools, the jurisdictional REDD is not the only one that will solve us the problem of deforestation or the compliance of all the contributions that are determined. So the solutions have like a combined elements of policies. Therefore, we cannot put all of our faith in this jurisdictional, most of all thinking that there are issues in the approaches that we have had until now. So let's forget about projects and let's move to jurisdictional. This is not a good choice, but yes, it does, and it represents opportunities, relevant opportunities, well, at least to give an order to everything that has to do with REDD. And this is not given all of a sudden. This is given if there's an adequate regulation or legislation, if the government makes and performs the task obediently. And I was so surprised by Ghana, the detail of their jurisdictional REDD. Here in Colombia, we haven't thought about it yet to reach that level. But yes, we can have an important order, including a community engagement that's really important. I see a big opportunity here. So communities can benefit from the actions that will reduce deforestations and also the emissions that are associated with this. So I would think that this other great opportunity of a jurisdiction will to reduce and allowing a clear accounting, once again, transparency. Once we can rule and we can have laws and we can build all the capabilities needed to the monitoring, report, and verification. But with if those topics are given, this is not a short process. Remember, Ghana has had a lot of years working on this, but we can benefit from them as well. So what obstacles we find? A huge amount of obstacles, but I'm going to concentrate myself in two. The first obstacle I see is the diversity that Colombia has, our territory, to implement a jurisdictional REDD. What are those jurisdictions? How they can be established? If in a certain way we have the Visión Amazonia as an example, it's not complete, it's not perfect about jurisdiction, but I think this experience of Visión Amazonia, we saw that there are lessons. We are able to establish a jurisdiction as big, 40 million acres or more, 48. We are able to establish a baseline here, a unique baseline. It's not the same the eastern or the western Amazonian region. So jurisdictions need to be identified in detail, but they cannot respond only to administrative cases, such as it was told this morning in Chocó. It cannot be those boundaries that defines a jurisdiction, right? There, a mindset is needed where we can have relatively homogeneous jurisdictions, deforestation engines, okay, where we can really establish at the end conditions that will make possible rules that can be understandable and can be applied. I would say this is one of the big challenges we have. And the other one that I would like to share with you is how we can be able for rules and laws to be transparent and clear, that can be inclusive, that can acknowledge that there are things that are going on around the territory. We cannot think about a jurisdictional REDD that we have a great experience and vast experience in projects of REDD, and that we need to nest it. So we need to build these rules so we can see how we are going to build nesting, how this nesting will impact accounting of emissions. What can we do with all the projects that we currently have and are being operational with different rules, with baselines, each one different baselines whenever they are working in those same ecosystems, in those same regions, same jurisdictions. So this is the second thing I would say. It's like an obstacle. It's like a condition that we need to have absolutely clear for the scheme to work. So allow me one more thing. How can we define the topic of the benefit distribution? The Ghana scheme, I found it interesting, but Ghana is 5 times small in area, and it has a less population than Colombia. So having jurisdictional programs has like a greater complexity. And yes, it's clear is that the jurisdictional scheme will benefit those who are obtaining and achieving these emissions. So this is not only to have an intermediary actions, or for example, if we put government entities, environment sector to manage all the schemes, there are important risks of resources to be lost. I don't want to mention the word that starts with the letter C, but really the vast majority of resources need to get to the communities in the territories. Okay, thank you so much. Rosalind, are you still connected?
Can you hear us, Rosalind?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm still here. Okay, thank you very much. So as I mentioned, beyond the carbon, we have really been able to help our communities to aggregate with a stronger voice. Now, as I mentioned that the communities have opened their own bank accounts. This has never happened in Ghana before. This is the first time we have communities receiving a benefit or revenue from forest resources, sustainable forest resources management into their own bank accounts where they have their own leaders as the signatories. Now, this is quite phenomenal because communities are able to have a tangible feel of REDD+. You know, the carbon conversation is very difficult because carbon is an intangible commodity. Nobody can see carbon. And we have been in this conversation for 16 years. Community members do not have the time to waste for 16 years. So once you have the program materializing, with DABE having a larger say, receiving the benefits. I heard my other panelists talk about the fact that most of the benefits should go to communities. This has happened, but it has not happened through any third party. So this is a huge benefit for us. It has strengthened the confidence of communities. It has given them a voice. It has given them value for their forest resources and wildlife resources as well. That is one of our key benefits. The second one is also on the increased productivity. I mentioned that we are promoting agroforestry, and agroforestry helps our cocoa farmers and food crop farmers to have better productivity and better yields. So that is also one of our very good points in terms of benefits beyond carbon. And the third one that I want to talk about is that we have a conversation that is different from illegal logging and illegal mining. These are things that communities have seen for so long. But currently, they're able to know that, no, if we keep our forests standing, there are better opportunities. If we had not used our jurisdictional program to such a large extent, even if it were a project, I believe that the coverage that it has and the ability to show proof of concept has really changed the dynamics for most of the farmers in our landscape. Now I have a lot of calls sometimes coming in saying that we have seen that someone is doing illegal logging. We don't want that to happen because we want to keep our resources, to have increased productivity and to be able to have a voice. We are respected within our families because we are part of decision making, and that whole new face of having communities at the table in an empowered state. These have been some of our benefits. The other aspect is that the jurisdictional program helps you to manage reversals. It's very, very important because for forest programs, reversal management is key. If you are not careful and it is a small scale, you can just have fire sweep through, and managing reversals can be difficult. But once it's a jurisdictional program, you have a better reversal management strategy. It also helps us to address leakage because, as I mentioned, we have designed our programs along our ecological zones. So, for example, somebody wouldn't move to go and plant cocoa outside the cocoa landscape. So it is helping us to manage leakage. It is also helping us ultimately then to promote permanence, because this is what the landscape knows. We are not doing anything different. It is the same activities that our farmers, our local communities know how to do. Farming around cocoa, farming around other food crops, living with their forest resources. We are just making it sustainable. We are making it climate resilient, and we are using that to define new things like the governance, like the benefit sharing, which have never been there before. So there's high level ownership, and that is also one of the benefits. So that ownership helps us then to have permanence of the initiatives in place. These are some of the benefits beyond the carbon payments that I can talk about.
It's really interesting, everything that has to do
Fortalecer
with
las
strengthening the communities, empowering the communities as well. Everything that has to do with increasing that productivity of facing those illegal economies that many times are way more profitable than this. But it seems like they have achieved that and control that type of leakage, that leakage of emissions. Now I'm gonna give the floor to. Why are you looking at me like that? Okay, Javier, from your experience and what you see in those international trends, do you consider that that jurisdictional REDD approach will facilitate the allocation of projects and activities for the protection of forests and biodiversity? So, I would say that, as you've mentioned and as you've seen it, yeah, of course, everything that has to do with jurisdictional issue, it may help in different issues such as leakages, distribution of benefits, and others. And if that happens, you would clearly say that you can fund interesting projects. However, we need to look at it in the national context, where and how we're going to apply it. I remember many, many years ago when we were having the discussions of what type of schematics were easier and everything that has to do in red. It's the projects or nested projects. So reality took us to the nested projects or schemes. And here we need to think about what are the nested projects that will work better. So if we think about red jurisdictional issues, we need to look for what are the schemes that allow nesting. So that's one of the main things to mention, is that every resource can be allocated accordingly. Because the funding through red projects is getting here. It's going well in some zones, it's going poorly in others, but the drive that the carbon tax gave to it made to have considerable resources to get to certain communities, not to all of them. And there is where this issue that Roberto mentioned, the distribution, I think that the scheme, um, it has a better capability to penetrate other zones. A challenge, I believe a huge challenge. Roberto mentioned this, and from the public point of view, there are some difficulties from the private and public point of view, and we are seeing them. And there are aspects in everything that has to do with red projects that it rings some bells, and it says, how can I control them? So, two main issues. Accounting, for example. Accounting is an issue that when we think about jurisdictional schemes, first, the theory says, okay, this may work better. And it depends on each zone. Now, I also believe that I would prefer jurisdiction would prefer to have just one accounting on as a whole instead of one accounting process per project. So that type of thing may help in these issues, but clearly everything has to do with implementation regulation is key. With the government, for example, the government had been moving forward in some workshops to see how we could move forward in the regulation everything that has to do with accounting for red projects. Right now, due to political dynamics, that's in standby, and I hope it can start back up again, because that would allow to give clarity to the market and see what kinds of things we can work on and what are the jurisdictional issues that can work better. Another issue that you were mentioning here is that I also feel that it's been one of the main challenges of the voluntary market is everything that has to do with safeguards in communities. Actually, this week we got another article in which in Galilea they did a project of carbon markets in a forest in Tolima, and the people who were living there, they didn't know what the hell was going on. And that's a terrible thing. It's terrible for the reliability of the market, reliability of the project, because many people don't relate carbon market, there are voluntary market in everything that has to do with energy issues. There are some voluntary issues in carbon in everything that has to do with reforestation. There are other ones. Okay, they say okay that's a voluntary market. That's you're all thieves, etc., etc. And they encompass everything in just one group. So we need to see how we can make the market show integrity, reliability, so that decision makers can work in that sense. And for that, clearly, if we go into jurisdictional issues, we need to make sure that everyone that's part of the zone can participate in the previous consultation, well based, that the projects that are already in those jurisdictions can have the capability of participating and seeing how they can heal or not. Because they may opt out. They say, you know what? I don't want to be part of this. I'm not interested. If all these things converge and we can achieve a proper implementation capability of jurisdictional issues, I do think that in practice we can have funding of projects so that we can have protection of forests and biodiversity. When we protect forests, we protect carbon, and we're talking about gourmet carbon, in which we can protect biodiversity and a whole lot of richness. And how to fund it. Um, and jurisdiction issues have this issue as well. It may be complementary to what we already have. And we can have other actors that are aiming to that type of schematic. But we need to improve the ones that we already have. There are some things that are really embarrassing, and you get a new project that you say, guys, there are other fabulous experiences. We need to get the good news out, not only the bad. The bad news make more noise. And now I'm going to give the floor to Mateo Estrada. And can you talk to us from that experience at the Visión Amazonia project? As we've heard, maybe is the best approach for a jurisdictional REDD project. So JRED Plus project. Mateo, how beneficial has been for the welfare of communities, indigenous communities in the Amazon? Has this worked? Thank you. I'm going to speak a little low because my throat hurts. How long do I have? And just you don't have a lot, so that we can keep asking more questions. Right now, our Colombian indigenous movement, we did or signed an agreement with the national government to regulate RED Plus projects in the indigenous territories. And a short time ago, okay, of course, it's not their fault, but the people that are going to lead the OPIA project is under my coordination nationwide. So we just this was a very very new program, because with them we had signed almost 16 contracts with the Ministry of Environment, and it turns out that it's the only ministry that is in red in all the commitments they made. What does this mean? That they're not abiding and they're not complying with the promises they made. But they say, okay, indigenous councils are worthless if you don't do what you have to do. That's what I was going to say about Visión Amazonia. I think that this program, if you take a look at it as a RED project internationally speaking, it's a good bet. But that good bet was misinterpreted. When we got the resources, remember we signed two in the Paris Agreement. We signed two agreements. One was the joint declaration of intent, and the other one was Visión Amazonia. Two things that people did not understand. One, they brought two milestones. One, a policy milestone, and the other one was a program milestone. So what did the indigenous people didn't like? That with the milestone programs they keep moving forward, but with the policy milestones and regulation milestones, they did not follow through. So one of the things that the indigenous people don't like, or the indigenous movement didn't like, was that. Second, the distribution system of benefits was not as equitable as they mentioned. If you take a look at this, for example, back then we had my friend in the ministry, you, on the back. I wasn't fighting you, don't worry. Remember, you need to be friends with institutions. You can have a political vision, but you need to be friends with everyone. So if you take a look at, for example, at the appraisal per hectare is $5, and it gets to 120 million there. If you add and subtract the indigenous territories that we have in the deforestation line, or the one that we had back then, indigenous people get 20%, $20 million, and the territorial minority that's there, they give $100 million. So what happened? The voluntary market obviously boosted, and it went through the roof. They said, you know what? We at least are giving you 70%, and we get to keep 20%, whereas the jurisdictional system is keeping 80%, and you're only giving 20% to the people. So can you see the comparison? The unit people say, okay, you're scamming us basically. That triggered this issue. So what good things we got from this in practice? One, for indigenous organizations to be able to strengthen an administrative system, because we in each project, regardless if it was an accountant, a lawyer, or if we bought, for example, accounting software, electronic billing, etc. So that got strengthened. Second, the system that we implemented was that when the projects were going to be executed, the first thing that they needed to do was to tell everyone, you know what? The resources that I got are this much. This is for the staff. This is for this. This is for that. This is for the other thing. And with this, we will avoid to suffer threats from the guerrilla, from the rebel forces. So, for example, let's say it was 0.2%. For example, we got those benefits. So, how much follow-up could we really do? But right now, we have a huge problem that has to do with that. The government hasn't taken the necessary measures because the system, the regulation system, is non-existent. It's a regulation system that was done not for collective territories. It's done for any type of farmer. So when you say let's nest in private property is valid, but nesting between indigenous territories is not valid, or it makes no sense. So what happens there? Well, if you take a look at RENARE is useless. Because if you want to do any type of money laundering, you can do it. If you want to fund a terrorist group, you do it. Here in Colombia, if you want to be corrupt, you can be corrupt. It doesn't matter if it's a jurisdictional system or if it's a voluntary market system. So that's what we need to change now. That's the challenge. Thank you. So, the program has brought that strengthening from the communities. With the voluntary market, moved forward faster, but the program of Visión Amazonia helped to become strengthened institutionally, administratively, and to be at a good point to negotiate. That's my takeaway from that. Now I'm going to give the floor to Averildis so we can finish this round of questions and then open a second round. So, maybe going to those challenges after this year's implementation of that project in Cocoma Sur. What are those challenges that haven't been solved for the communities in terms of forest preservation, everything that has to do with mitigation, climate change, or any other challenge that you want to bring up from that implementation of that program that's been around for many years? And from what you've heard, this jurisdictional issue might help or not, or it's not quite clear. Maybe start with the current challenges, and if jurisdictionally speaking, this could work or not. That's a hard question. I'm going to try to say from what I know from my experience and from what I feel it's happening. There are things that are focused on saying if this model or mechanism works or not. It's something that's trending, and if it works or not, works or doesn't work. But we stop. We don't dwell deep in these issues, and regardless of the mechanism, the issue about being able to negotiate and have buying power in the communities gives you an autonomous decision or power of making a decision. And when a community is autonomous of being able to decide what they do with their land, and when they have steady income, they don't want to talk to the people that have dependent. That they don't want to talk to the government. I'm saying this from experience because there's there have been poor agreements made in Choco, in the black communities, indigenous communities, poor agreements. But there are good experiences too and good results. If a community, like Mateo was mentioning, has a percentage regardless of their financial analysis, whatever, if they're going to have their negotiation in what they're going to receive, a resource that's never been allocated by the state. Why? Because we need to remember that collective property in Colombia, both for indigenous communities and in our case for black communities, has a legislation in place, a legislation that hasn't been ruled completely, and that's suffered a lot of structure and compliances by the state. So that's the first issue to analyze, that it's still unsolved, and that the capacity of implementing a mechanism or another mechanism is going to be fractured by those political decisions that are not solved. So I would say that the challenge lies in seeing how the state can generate or create a jurisdictional model or nesting model that will allow for administrative and acquisitional that can respect and value the autonomy of the territories. Why? You guys already talked about this in the morning, everything that's done in numbers. Um, Forests in Colombia are in the hands of who? Of ethnic communities. So I think we need to keep speaking about societies. The state needs to see how we can take a look at this communities if we want a model to work. On the other hand, I think there's a series of things to assess and everything that's been the Colombian experience in a general way in the implementation of REDD projects. Right now, we know only or it's not that we know. We're going to talk about this more because of the money that's meant, everything that it means to the market. But I think that it is actually necessary to get to know, and the funding and the climate fund, there are many things that people do not know. So why don't we open that overview so that we can know what other things, what other ways of to fund the territories are there that are not necessarily this mechanism, but that can contribute to the goals of the country and everything that we want to achieve in territorial issues. And obviously, this is about order and how do where do we want to go? What's my autonomy? Everything that we're putting together. How territorial order is thought from the jurisdiction so that it can be extended to the nations. So that's a delicate issue, and everything has to do with land use, because we have, for example, the multipurpose cadastral studies and other ways, collective deeds, etc., and the clarification of the mistakes or the errors in collective titles or deeds that were already issued that are demanded by the state. The state have multiple lawsuits, or everything for the fact that there's a lot of issues there that haven't been clarified. And I do believe that for land use is worth mentioning and putting on the table. So the conversation needs to be egalitarian from the experience that we have in the communities, and the state, so that the state can work with us not only with dialogue on who make or who are the policymakers and who makes the decisions, but the people what we've built as a church, so that we can have a better schematic, so that we can think how is the best way to approach this issue. Okay, so yeah, looking forward to obviously work together, learning from all these lessons that Colombia has learned. We've had a long track record in REDD projects, lessons learned involving the communities more and more, and not only focusing ourselves in these mechanisms, that it can be projects, programs, and other funding mechanisms for the climate and biodiversity. So, I would like to ask Jaime, based on your experience, so by supporting different countries in the preparation projects and jurisdictional programs, what can you share with us about those main challenges? We've heard some of them, but focused in ensuring that governance and that coordination. What are the three main challenges that we can share with us on this stage? Okay, good. Okay, you mentioned most of it, but I'm really pleased to hear what you already mentioned. I'm I'm an advocate for the fact that we need to find a way to have these jurisdictions and make them work. So I I there's no way that Colombia or any other country to just evade this. We you will find a way, and we need must find a way to make these projects compatible with a broader vision from the government, either national or national governments. We need to find a way, and especially as everything that has to do with Article 6 needs to be more and more, or becomes more and more enforced. So we need to make it work, right? So that on one hand. On the other hand, at an international level, it may seem that this convention and standards aim for REDD projects to solve all the problems of the region, and that's not going to happen. It's an opportunity for everyone to work and make and solve it, but REDD on itself is not going to solve any type of issues of identity, justice, lack of access to many services, basic services that happen in our countries. So REDD is not going to solve these issues, but they provide us with a platform that can help to solve them. To me, one of the most important issues, and something that I've seen, is that the participation of indigenous people or in local communities hasn't been first in the prep process, hasn't been completely transparent or effective. So to me, that's one of the main challenges, especially for Colombia, and also for Colombia, sorry, because Colombia has a lot of experience with REP projects. So we have that. Colombia has a lot of experience in these projects that can be capitalized. However, we need some proper mechanism, effective mechanism that will allow for that participation to happen naturally. For example, hey, you asked us, hey, we're thinking about this thing and other things. So it can be a natural way of working. So that's one of the main challenges we are faced with. And that's framed in a broader compliance of everything that these social and environmental safeguards encompass. So that's one of the main issues we need to take care of, not only here in Colombia, but everywhere, or many places. How can we effectively bring the opinion of every stakeholder in, and especially forestry stakeholders? So alongside those lines, Roberto, or any of you guys in the panel, what are those specific training needs for communities? Because in the at the end of the day, what guarantees that participation, effective participation, that dialogue? How are we seeing amongst all of us, not only for the communities, but as cooperation, as NGOs, etc., etc.? What are the specific needs of our training, if you want to go for it? I will say that it's really important, for example, to differentiate many levels of training that are needed. because indigenous people, it's not that indigenous people don't know how to organize themselves. They've done it for way longer than national governments, right? So we don't need to work on that. But first is how to develop capabilities so organizations can negotiate with governments and other stakeholders, and for institutions and governments to be able to try to negotiate and put together whatever happens. So it's many levels, and once again, we don't need to go talk to the communities for that. So yeah, we need institutional capabilities to create that conversation and put it on the table. Individuals, organizations, institutions, etc., etc. So what you mentioned is really interesting. What are those needs for the communities? And from our experience, that was one of the main lessons that we learned, because we've always thought that we as communities, we need the greatest training to be able to achieve and have access to anything. And that's how we started with this red plus issues. From our experience, when we started in Cocoma Sur, when specifically I started working in that, they call me crazy. And it's like, how do you think a community is going to do that? And how do you think that a black community is going to do that? Not going in stigmatization or racism that we know is there, that's happened throughout the history. I want to bring that to the table, but they thought that only technicians. I remember that I went to a conference. I think it was in Cartagena with someone from NASA, where they were going to talk about issues that were monitoring, etc., etc. I don't remember the name, and I just went to talk about monitoring from the community perspective. That was it, and it was amazing to see. Hey, you haven't said anything about monitoring. You've mentioned the development of formulas for satellite issues, but or satellite monitoring. Actually, we're doing that already in a forest, and not only the forest, in rivers and others. So I do believe that a challenge that we have here is acknowledging our capabilities in every single sector. We need to start acknowledging how is it possible for a mechanism to get the communities out of the tradition, because we've preserved all of that in different scenarios. We talked about that.
But they are starting to sign out all those activities not allowed, and this is what traditionally a community has to do with the money. For example, purchasing canned food to take to the community. So this is to the lack of acknowledgement of capabilities and the expertise and knowledge that each one has within their own role. Currently, we are moving to a third recognition. What do I need? What do I need to do? Because it was known to be estimated, but nobody's going to explain me a community mechanism. So this is the path that we need to follow. With what I am hearing, I totally agree with you. This is not only about training, this is about building capabilities, and this moves through a lot of stages. If we are talking about training, the first thing we need is that we need to do a real program of training about REDD, understanding what REDD means. 8 years, 10 years ago, when the Ministry of Environment was building the REDD strategy for Colombia and designed a program to socialize REDD, what has been the most important failure on behalf of the Ministry of Environment in terms of training? Because if it had an impact on those training, and without those training programs, we would not have the great amount of problems and conflicts, because we cannot say that a program of training to Leticia, Mocoa, the capitals, when the people is not living there. The people lives in the territory of not knowing what is the thing they are talking about. But I insist, this needs to create capabilities to the government, and with all due respect, I don't have to do anything with the government to be hated more. Okay. Yes. I am being listened by YouTube, but yes, it's okay. To the Ministry of Environment, they don't have the capabilities and the people that can design a jurisdictional program. They don't have that capability to escalate the REDD project. What has been the intent of the former government to regulate? How much the government has talked about regulating it, and we've been here for 2 years of this new government of who is needing capabilities, communities that have been able to develop the red communities, or on the other hand, the ministry that has not been able to design the 1447 law. They have not been able to improve those resolutions. These aspects have been identified, and well, when we are talking about constructing and building capabilities, it's not to burden the communities, but the rest of the stakeholders that need to be around a red strategy around the country. And this is moving not only for regulations, monitoring. How can we improve? How can we have this rigid monitoring carbon and forests, so difficult for communities to have access, to provide information, to be transparent information? Many things, and are the things that we are talking about, designing a problem such as this. I did not work in the Ministry of the Environment, but yes, I we went to many places, and I think that this dialogue and discussion was useful. Well, but I feel it was really beneficial to this RED project. But I thought when I came back, it was like a deja vu. 10 years ago, we were doing trainings and we were talking with the communities not to sign contracts in English. And now we are seeing this. Clearly, there's a struggle, there's like something going on. Maybe it was not so good in terms of this training, but I think that maybe what you are saying, I went there with my presentation. They said the carbon dioxide is 2 carbon and 1 oxygen, and yes, clearly this was not the way, and I have it clear. But yes, it's true that this discussion has helped to have much more clear discussions towards what we understand better. There are more projects, and many people have said, well, what is this guy saying? And then maybe there was a big opportunity here, but we have to advise and to know much better to find an opportunity. So we have everything, but I think we don't pretend of creating this package and this failed or not. We have lots of learnings where we can build. Well, Mateo, I think everything is useful, taking information, starting talking about a specific topic, but the challenge is towards the government, the cooperation, design something with respect to the jurisdiction of this country. We need this training program only to 2 meetings in a capital. This is not a training program, so therefore this is the way how we can review the program about trending words for cooperation, resilience, the training program. We need to call things by their name. This is something that needs to last. How long will it take? Because everyone has dedicated to measure the financial result and the carbon equations to no reduction, but the real indicator measurements impact on communities are not assessed or measured the way the government and the country needs. Before giving you the word, Mateo, I want to give the word to Rosalind because she needs to leave. I know you have to leave, but me puede
Yes, I can hear you.
Share maybe just one recommendation for Colombia in terms of designing or thinking about this process of designing a JRED program?
Yes, thank you very much. And next time, I definitely have to be in the room, such a rich conversation going on. It feels lonely behind the screen here. But all the points that are coming up are very, very interesting. And these are some of the challenges we face on the ground. I love the point about the government needing capacity building. I have mentioned on different occasions that even the private sector companies who are doing jurisdictional programs or projects or voluntary markets or whatever it is also need capacity building to understand our landscape dynamics. Because if you don't understand how our landscapes work, you can't sit anywhere and then begin to define your requirements. But I think that is also largely because of how the whole carbon industry has evolved. Even though it's a demand and supply industry, the demand side has so much control than the supply side. And the supply side has had to respond in many instances to what the demand side is saying, which has been not fair for the work that poorest countries have been doing. And so if all these recommendations can be taken on board as Colombia gets into the space of defining its jurisdictional programs and for other countries, that would be useful. I think that my reflections will be that from the Ghana example, what I would say to Colombia is that be very resolute in what you want. This is a market that is largely flexible and fluid. If you are not able to put across what you want, other people will define it for you. And as I said, the demand side is always trying to define the supply side. But when you talk about normal economics, when you have supply, when you have a commodity, you have the bargaining power. And so have the bargaining power and be bold about whatever you think will work for Colombia, whatever you think will work for indigenous people and local communities. It wouldn't be an easy road, but we have largely been able to make giant strides, even in EPA negotiations, changing the whole discussion and the narrative and changing the language of text. We have been able to do that to the advantage of the people that we are working for. And the other advice will be that stand for indigenous people and local communities in all instances. It's very, very important because whether it is a jurisdictional program or it is a project, it rises and falls in most instances on the involvement of IPLCs. If you don't have ownership by IPLCs, most of the interventions will not be long-lived. They will only be short-lived. There wouldn't be a culture of practice. It would just be a project and then it ends. And then thirdly, I would want to say that you should build or put in place a process of documenting every single process. It's very important. What I have found is that a lot of forest countries are saying that the price of carbon is not enough, but we have not been able to document what it really takes to justify the price that we want. So if you think the price of carbon is $50 per ton in Colombia, you need to have the justification that for this process, we have invested so much. One of our panelists spoke about the values that we are not able to quantify. Nobody can really quantify and pay for that value. However, if you are compensating for a price, you should then be compensating at the right price. And when I talk about documentation, I also want to then finally mention that we should look at how we support indigenous people and local communities to document. Most of the times we talk about indigenous knowledge, we talk about the way of life of local communities, but we need to take time to document this. Beyond just the verbal communication, because that lies the power for us to bargain for what it is that it means to have forest standing, the other economic incentives that are being forgone to have forest standing, the cultural heritage it is for people to live and be in touch with their forests and in touch with their ecosystems is very, very necessary. So thank you so much for having me, for having Ghana, and I look forward to meeting some of you in the future, and also to hearing about the successes of our joint initiatives to address deforestation and forest degradation. Thank you.
Learn lessons that actually very, very nice to hear you about We all need capacity. It's just not only the communities. I think is one of the key messages. Thank you very much, Rosalind.
Thank you.
Well, I'm so sorry for my voice, but I've done my best. Well, I think there are some things that makes Colombia different, and listening to Ghana, there are totally things to the rest of the countries than the rest of the countries. One, Colombia. If you review and you see the constitution with respect to the indigenous people, it's the most advanced, and this is at the same time complex for the state, for the government. This is complex. Secondly, there are things that this government wants to foster and promote, but needs to think further. Many times our problems as Colombian people is that we are always having what the teacher or the expert is saying. For example, here there's only talking about voluntary mechanisms. If you review the PVA rule, the safeguard of the indigenous people is a private property, but it is of a collective character, not personal or individual, but that one that manages and administers is a public of a special characteristic. This is how the Constitution, how the court says and law says. So what does it mean? That this regimen, it's not private or public, it's a mixture. So you can look carefully about this. What does this mean? Resources for you and for our indigenous people, it does not matter if it's jurisdictional, it's a complementary resource because the accounting is one unique accounting. We need to see further. Also, the government is thinking, for example, on implementing jurisdictional. It should start working around standards. The OPIA group has started working, looking for the coalition. We've worked not enough, but yes, but we could be able to walk and move forward. But the government did not send an intent document, but it has not ratified it. It has not been ratified. So the government is not looking carefully. This government, Petro's government, well, I'm glad I did not vote for him. I am glad I did not vote for him. So there are things that make traceability, but the moment it's applied, for example, it's not well executed. Something else. The thing that has to do, for example, right now, we have had the opportunity to talk with the peace process. What about the dissidents of FARC? Well, it is almost, they want to get all of these resources from the indigenous people. They don't care. Is that person that has safeguarded the forest? Some things are not negotiable, they're not to be negotiated. So this is not the road. This is not the road. So I think that there are things to be strengthened. Well, when you go in a plane, you are said that in case of an emergency, please put your mask first and then to the other person. So the government is not doing that. The government wants to strengthen itself and then goes and train another person. Yes, this has been one of the most important conclusions, if you allow me, for the rest of the speakers. And yes, the aim of this kind of workshops is looking to create initiatives, but not waiting for the government to create initiatives. We are needed to move this discussion, as Rosalind was saying, to understand what do we want and where are we heading and where are we moving. So government has an important role, but however, are not the capabilities of communities, are the capacities of all the stakeholders in order to have clear what we need to do. I think that we are closing now, but I would like if someone of these speakers want to say something to close. Mateo has something more. Not only an invitation for you. From March this year, independent of the government financing or not, we are going to start with the stage, the preparatory phase of regulating REDD Plus. We don't want to do it alone. We want to do it with the NGOs, with the companies. We want to certifiers, standardizers, also the opposing group as well. I have found friends, for example, from the National Forum. They are always opposing to us, but yes, you can learn from those groups as well. So yes, here we will be sending you the invitation so we can continue talking and for you to continue with us in this road. Yes, I think we are in this same way. There was something we talked before where we were participating, yes, and I was saying, look, some years have passed, and it's not only from this government. We have talked, I am here for almost 14 years in the carbon market and in all of this. And I have seen many people moving, and we have two options. We can get concerned and cry, or we get together and be positive, so we can be proactive and have a clear route that at least will help us to clarify what is working or not, as well how we can make it possible to make it visible in everything that has and is going on around the country. I think that apart from these discussions that we are having, outside these discussions, we need to include the developers. We need to include everyone. Look what's going on in the most of the processes. At the beginning, we went to the standard of today that it's Berra today. Today we are talking about Berra, but what's going on with Berra? Berra is launching a new methodology to unify. If the country is not ready to start their own methodology, the existing projects will migrate to that methodology because there's no other way. Maybe you never know what kind of standard will be. What is the phrase of a project, of a high quality project, because a standard can design a good quality or not, because who's reviewing what's going on with those standards and under what conditions are these projects approved or verifying those projects. We have a lot of work to be done, and from my part, the calling is towards cooperation on communities, those who've been working to continue building discussions, but not only discussions per se, but we need to create documents about the national policies that is being fostered, to propose and advocate for a dialogue what we are aiming for the climate change in Colombia. Yes, this is relevant because if we are not organized or we don't have a route, you don't know where you are going. So I don't know if someone has a question to move on. Okay, Cesar. Yes, we've been talking about capabilities and strengthening different capabilities, but when you review the contracts, which are maybe there are new contracts, and given the responsibility to that person of who has acted, and a developer, for example, already knew the philosophy of REDD Plus. This is not only a market, this is a projection toward actions that will generate a positive impact in the territory, and this is in the framework around investment lines and actions. The contracts, many times you see contracts and there are regulations around those contracts. Why a contract has a condition of latent inequality? This did not need, because the regulation was already on the table. When you do this unequal negotiations, as our partner Mateo was talking, if we are not talking about private, we are talking about public of special characters, I cannot implement things such as some acts that will be summarized on behalf of the person that's doing that negotiation, breaking that discussion. And the previous consult is the exercise of the project, calling people, talking about what will be that investment focus and who are going to be the beneficiary and the amount. This is determined because the consult has not been done, which this was mandatory by the exercise. We need to call the attention about the people who have benefited from many other people. We don't have a framework, a legal framework, but when you're talking about conditions of a contract, they already existed, right? So this issue was already determined. The constitutional rights of indigenous people are previous to this setting. The 91 Constitution has many elements. So we need to do a revision of how we've acted, and because this is not only communities and government, but that third party, because good examples are done when you have done everything from the beginning. Yes, I agree with you. This is not only two parties. We have a society, the complete society, which is witnessing and is reacting in front of those bad examples. We've not been able to transmit good examples we have, and many good examples that are exhibited, even with the situation you just told, for example, on behalf of the government. Because when we have this, despite the fact that there is jurisdiction, regulation, the state, the government is not able to comply it. And when they are asked about contracts, the Ministry of Environment, I'm going to say it, quoting, I'm within private sector and I'm not there. So this is not the thing to be accepted. The government is going to practice the rights exercise, but if the government is behind or does not support the communities, maybe this is what happens in many cases in Colombia. This is the country of laws, but the laws are not complied. Okay, to close. Okay, Cesar, the training exercise in REDD Plus, we ask what is the planning instrument for that territory, live plan, the development plan of those, the farmers' plan. Before thinking about jurisdiction, what is the instrument and the territorial vision and the territorial planning that is agreed in such a way that REDD Plus as a financing mechanism will provide and contribute. So I think that from where can we help us? The Amazon region law and the Atrato. And if this law have made some plans, we have a lot. We have regular, the ones that we want to assume, but this could be a good motive and good within this plan how the mechanism would act. And another element is with respect to Visión Amazonía or the biocarbon fund is that transparency has not existed in terms of making decisions. We are missing the principles of that same mechanisms and safeguards. How is it possible that Visión Amazonía, the decisions are being taken by a vice minister and 5 more people? And if these people want to fund a plant of a milk transformation in the most deforestation area, they will do it because they are the ones that have the way of taking decision. And the extinct of table read that Mateo We did not continue with this in 2007, but for the next government and the next administration ended it. It's time to recover those instances of discussions, regional and national, not only vice ministers, but around the country. Okay, so thank you so much. I think it has been a great conversation. This has been a great and interesting discussion, audience, but some take home messages. It's useless to talk and talk, but with the team in the following spaces that we will have, how and how can we articulate with other projects and organizations in order to at least from civil society cooperation we can push forward and we can get more coordinated, not only with conversations. I think that one of the most important stakeholders that needs due diligence and conversation is the same government. Here we are to support all the interested parties that still, for example, in the case of jurisdictional REDD, we need to understand from the technical part how do can we do nesting. This is like this first um, starting point for the discussion, but we have a lot of we have a big journey to move to consolidate and in the analysis of how beneficial it can be of a jurisdictional REDD. So thank you so much, and I hope we have generated these concerns, and we have this task to work together, to coordinate together. And thank you so much, and thank you for to the speakers for being here today.
Mil gracias, Catalina.
Thank you, Catalina, and to all the panelists for this interesting debate. We are getting to the end of the day. We thank you for your patience, for all the contributions. Now we're going to ask you for one last effort, last mile. It has to do with an activity, a reflection activity on what's happened today. What we've seen in this presentation is this interesting exchange. So the idea is for you to discuss everything that was discussed today in the panel and during these presentations, and then individually, one by one, we want to make this an individual exercise. We don't want an idea to step over the other. No, we want you to think independently and for you to reflect upon our DOFA exercise. Strengths that we have in Colombia to implement the jurisdictional REDD program into NEST projects, for you to think about the weaknesses that exist in Colombia to do this, and the opportunities that would exist to move forward in this nested jurisdictional network, and the threats that may hinder the progress of this base. We are asking the people that are in person and for everyone that's here through YouTube. So that if you can please use the Slido platform for you to determine this strength. But on top of that, we have these whiteboards where we're going to ask you to please write in post-it notes and color pieces of paper your points of view about these four dimensions. But on top of that, behind the column here, behind Lucas, we're going to ask you what you want to do this and obviously broaden this to suggest what are we going to do, organizations, entities, who should we contact to keep this dialogue. So let's do this SWOT analysis one by one. We're going to hand you a piece of paper, post-its, etc., so that one by one you can do this exercise, please. And once you're done, put your post-its in these four whiteboards and the one behind the column about the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And we invite you to please take one last nap for the day. Let's come back at 4:30, 4:40 to sum up this reflection activity and then share with you the results after the activity. And we'll finish up with a summary and conclusion of the event. So please, one last push, and we're gonna hand you guys the post-its. Yes, I mentioned Slido for those people that are connected via YouTube. Thank you.